Chapter 475, Heaven Fire. Chapter 475. Heaven Fire. The old man from the Church of Holy Light was completely shocked. He couldn't believe what she had just witnessed. Shenxiang could actually turn into a rock, and then silently approached him. If not for the fact that he had a powerful artifact protecting him, he definitely would have been killed by Shenxiang just now. When he thought about this, the old man's back immediately felt chill, because he almost died. He didn't expect Shenxiang to return so quickly to take revenge, and with such insidious methods at that. Although the old man was shocked, his reaction was extremely quick. He struck out with his powerful palm toward Shenxiang, which released a sound like thunder, bringing along a burst of violent and tyrannical innate qi as it struck toward Shenxiang. Shenxiang immediately dodged, barely dodging the attack. If this kind of palm force suddenly struck him, he would definitely be struck by the powerful innate qi. The old man stomped his foot and flew backwards. He shouted, "Surround him! This time we must kill him!" When he finished speaking, Shenxiang laughed out loud, and the two dead middle-aged men's bodies suddenly released blazing fire. The old man felt the scorching heat and anxiously looked over, and his face instantly changed. Shenxiang had actually killed his two comrades a long time ago. "Old man, I will send you down to meet them soon." Shenxiang raised his hand. A green light suddenly appeared, and the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword, suddenly appeared in his hand. The old man was startled and furious. He grinded his teeth. He could not understand how Shenxiang came to this place, even though the whirlpool had just appeared. Furthermore, he had quietly come in to kill his two companions. Of course, the thing that shocked the old man the most was Shenxiang's transformation technique. Thinking of this, he felt a burst of fear, and at the same time, a greedy thought arose in his mind. What he didn't know was that, in order to learn this sort of technique, one had to first train in the Tao of the Ji. Oh, DS! The old man really wanted to capture Shenxiang alive and force him to reveal the divine technique that understood change. But he knew that it would work because Shenxiang's strength was not weak either, especially the powerful green dragon, demon-slain broadsword that he brought out now. "Shenxiang, there's no benefit in going against Church of Holy Light at all. T. I've already tortured and killed people from your Church of Holy Light before. Moreover, all of you wanted to kill me before. Let me tell you, I will treat this as your sect leader's intent. Not only will I kill you, I will also exact endless vengeance on the Church of Holy Light in the future." Shenxiang's voice was like the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword in his hands, exuding waves after waves of fiendish aura. "You want to kill me? You're still too young." He thought that Shenxiang would at most be on the same level as him. It wouldn't be so simple if he was wanted to kill him. Shenxiang responded with his actions. Both of his feet sank into the ground, and cracks immediately appeared in every direction. Right now, he wanted to fuse the cosmic, genuine qi and heaven fire together, so that he could release an even more powerful flame. Although he possessed the Qingquan fire soul, in order to unleash the might of this fire soul, he had to first use an extremely rich cosmic, genuine qi. If he could only use a single attribute innate qi, then it would be around the same as his previous flames, and would at most be a little stronger. He possessed the yin and yang ji, D blood, and also cultivated the cosmic genuine qi of the 5 elements. The fire soul of yin-yang heaven and earth allowed him to possess the heaven fire, so these two things were absolutely compatible with him. Shenxiang, now that he possessed the heaven fire, his strength had increased by a lot. He was confident that even if he did not rely on the draconic strength, he would still be able to fight with this old man. Draconic strength and long shui both needed to be used at the most critical moment, to give the enemy the most lethal strike. This was the first time Shenxiang used the power of the cosmic genuine qi to ignite a flame. That kind of flame was very different from the cosmic genuine qi. It was invisible and colorless, but the heaven fire was filled with violence, destruction, and a strange energy. That kind of energy was something even Shen Xiang could not describe. The heaven fire could be released in various forms, so it was not surprising that there were a lot of different types of energy inside. Shen Xiang still had yet to explore the profoundness behind it, as his physique was unprecedented. The old man felt a power suddenly burst out from Shen Xiang's body that was even more violent than his own, and he could not help but take a few steps back. Shen Xiang bellowed, and the fire beneath his feet ignited, forming a huge circle, converging into a set of Taiji yin-yang diagram S. The Taiji diagram formed from the flames suddenly started to spin, and within the flames there were countless pulses of electricity. The old man was dumbstruck. Is this the power of the Taiji dragon-suppressed Kung Fu? That scorching heat made the old man perspire profusely. The tyrannical lightning on the flames were reflected in his eyes, and it made him feel a trace of fear. Is this the heaven fire? Shen Xiang fiercely grabbed the hilt of his blade, causing the thunder and fire primal chaos to gather at the bottom of his feet, converging into his body, and then exploding out from the right side of his body. The green dragon, demon-slain broadsword S in his right hand were immediately enveloped in a tyrannical lightning and fire energy, as though they were wearing a powerful armor. Looking at Shen Xiang, whose right side was ignited with raging lightning and fire, the old man could be considered to have broadened his horizons, and he was extremely clear on how strong the lightning and fire on Shen Xiang's right side was. Although this sword was also a treasure, it was insignificant in front of Shen Xiang's powerful and domineering blade. Shen Xiang stomped his feet. Borrowing the force that erupted from under his feet, he charged towards the old man. Wherever he went, the ground would produce burn marks, as though an angry dragon, whose entire body was burning with flames, was suddenly flying. In the blink of an eye, Shen Xiang was already in front of the old man who was hiding in the distance. At the same time, he raised his blade and slashed downwards, and an afterimage formed by lightning and fire appeared in the air. The old man was not someone easy to deal with. Although his reaction was a little slow, he was still able to raise the sword in his hand and block the attack. The sword also had an extremely berserk innate chi of lightning surrounding it. Shen Xiang thought that his fearsome blade would be able to break that soft-looking long sword, but who knew that his big blade would not be able to touch the sword blade, but was blocked by an extremely dense lightning innate chi. On top of the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword, there was a blazing thunder fire innate chi. The two violent innate chi violently clashed with each other, causing the island to immediately shake, and waves of air rushed in all directions like floodwaters. You're just SOSO. However, right at this moment, the flames on Shen Xiang's body became even more berserk. The flames, which were wildly jumping about, made the island under the sea feel an oppressive, scorching heat. The green dragon, demon-slain broadsword in his hand, was surrounded by red flames. The blade of the green dragon, demon-slain broadsword trembled, and a buzzing sound came out. It was like a low and furious dragon's roar. Chapter 476, An Arrogant Provocation. Chapter 476, An Arrogant Provocation. The burning fury of Shen Xiang turned into a tyrannical force that activated all the strength in his body due to the rage. The old man could not allow Shen Xiang's strength to continue growing. As he shook his long sword, a wave of true chi leapt up from the sword. Then the old man made a step forward, just like a ray of light flash. Plussing through the sky. His speed was extremely fast, and his sword was aimed at Shen Xiang, causing sonic booms to ring out in the air. This strike was extremely fast. Even though Shen Xiang had seen it, he did not conduct any movement. Instead, he stuck out his chest and quickly circulated the thick, true chi within his body, forming a powerful black tortoise Luotian cover. At this time, the old man remembered that the last time the three of them stabbed at Shen Xiang had a very powerful set of armor on him. He was deeply regretting when he thought of that. However, he was stabbing toward Shen Xiang's chest in a very fast speed, and it was impossible for him to change location. The old man's attack was not only fast but fierce as well. It penetrated through Chen Xiang's black tortoise Luotian cover and pierced right into his heart. However, when the tip of the sword touched Qin Xiang's clothes, it was difficult to enter even half an inch, and the tyrannical true qi dispersing from the tip of sword was annihilated as it entered Chen Xiang's body by his Tai Chi subduing technique. Humph! Qin Xiang let out an angry snort. The fast blade in his hand flew out, dragging a long shadow of the blade as it explosively flashed with lightning fury. The blade was infused with the heaven-earth fire. At this moment, the old man was so close to Qin Xiang, and he just conducted a fierce slash. Before he could even react, Qin Xiang's violent blade was already chopping down. He clenched his teeth and punched out with true qi in order to block Qin Xiang's blade. However, Qin Xiang's blade technique was extremely nimble. With a slight turn of the blade, he changed his direction promptly and escaped the incoming fist, while his blade cut down on the old man's shoulder and chopped off one of his arms. The furious dragon strike that Qin Xiang executed was extremely formidable. Moreover, it was a slash that gathered all of his rage power on the blade without leaving the enemy with chance of survival. He chopped down the old man's arm, after which blood on the severed arm bursted out like a fountain, causing the true qi flashed out of the old man's, which hunted a lot. Qin Xiang took advantage of the opportunity to jump up and kick at the old man's dantian with all the flame of fury. As Qin Xiang kicked at the old man's abdomen, the thick true qi gathered under Qin Xiang's feet immediately exploded with a loud explosion, causing the old man bursting out as he vomited blood. Qin Xiang took back the azure dragon subduing saber and rushed to the old man who was flying backward. He grabbed the old man's wrist with one hand and pulled him back, then knocked away his long sword and quickly changed his palm to strike the old man. However, he could not let the old man die so fast. He wanted to leave the old man's body and let the Holy Light sect see the consequences of going against him. Qin Xiang's fist was covered by the heaven-earth fire, which became even more berserk with the support of the vast true qi. Every time a fist landed on the old man's body, it would explode with a dazzling firelight and a violent lightning strike. As the fist and palm stroked down one by one, waves of terrifying sound were generated and almost made one deaf. The Holy Light sect? I am going to annihilate your cult sooner or later. The old man did not die, but his dantian was already shattered. He was still conscious, but he continued to withstand Qin Xiang's berserk attacks. Waves of pain spread throughout his body, wave after wave, causing him painful that made him wish he were dead, while his heart was filled with fear and despair. Suddenly, many huge auras came. Some of them were very unfamiliar to Qin Xiang and were very strong as well. The strong martial artists who had been waiting there for many days finally came down. A group of people quickly rushed down from the gap. They were all headmasters of the various big sects and numbered over 100. The moment they arrived, it could be felt a scorching force filled with annihilation and anger rust. Eye-plussing, and they quickly caught a sight of Qin Xiang's figure. A terrifying flame was burning on the right side of Qin Xiang's body. He was using an extremely violent fist and palm to beat up an old man with a broken arm who was covered in blood. This is the price for trying to kill me. When Qin Xiang felt the group of experts descending, he let out an explosive roar, while a flickering white light suddenly appeared within the flames on his fist, and the land trembled violently. This was the sign of him using the dragon force. Qin Xiang no longer held back. Using all his strength, he filled his fist with dragon force and punched towards the old man's head. After that, a BLOODY scene appeared in everyone's eyes. The old man's head exploded like a watermelon after being hit by Qin Xiang's berserk punch. Qin Xiang's entire body was filled with killing intent. Flames were blazing, and his methods were brutal. His berserk side caused the Nirvana realm martial artists to feel a slight of fear, because such a man would be extremely terrifying once he became strong. The headmaster of the Holy Light sect, Qin Zijuan, had also come over, while Gu Dongqin was ahead of him and blocked him to protect Qin Xiang. Gu Dongqin, get out of me. I must kill Qin Xiang today. Qin Zijuan's face warped. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he glared at Qin Xiang. Other powerful headmasters like W. A. and Ji Quan and Xiao Ziliang were all watching with interest. They were enraged by Qin Xiang before, but were unable to make a move. Most of Nirvana realm martial artists were all astonished, since it was Qin Xiang who made all of those matters and even came ahead of them. As Qin Xiang saw Gu Dongqin arriving, the flames of anger on his body were still burning. He kicked the old man's body under his feet up and kicked the mud-like old body towards Qin Zijuan, so that the BLODY corpse could dirty Qin Zijuan's golden robe. Everyone could not help but frown and exclaim in their minds as they saw such a scene. Arrogant, Qin Xiang was just a young man, and his strength was merely as the extreme realm, but he was so arrogant to provoke the domineering Qin Zijuan of the East Sea. This was simply a suicidal action. Qin Xiang's body trembled slightly. The intense killing intent dispersed from his body immediately rushed to the bottom of the seabed island, which made Lu Menger to tighten her frown. Qin Xiang was blatantly provoking Qin Zijuan and did not consider him significantly at all. Qin Zijuan's entire body was trembling. The veins on his fists and face were incomparably ferocious. The muscles on his face twitched crazily as he looked at Qin Xiang with incomparable rage. Gu Dongqin cursed Qin Xiang in his heart. Qin Xiang continued to provoke Qin Zijuan, and everyone would know clearly that Qin Xiang was not afraid because of his presence. I came here 2 months ago. However, I was severely injured by the 3 guys lying in ambush and was almost killed by them. After I escaped, I spread the news of this profound realm out and waiting for taking the revenge after I recovered from my injuries. Qin Xiang coldly said. This message was spread out by Qin Xiang, which triggered the rage of Xiang Ziliang. He had already thought of this long ago, but the other headmasters all thanked Qin Xiang one after another. The news of them rising prosperously from the carefree immortal sea in such a short period of time indicated that there must be plenty of resources in the profound realm, while this profound realm was not completely under the control of the carefree immortal sea. So it could not take possession of it entirely, and everyone had the right to enter the realm. As Xiao Ziliang and Qin Zijuan thought that the profound realm was going to be divided among more than 100 forces, they were furious. As the angry Xiao Ziliang walked behind Qin Zijuan, everyone knew that he had already teamed up with the Holy Light sect. Chapter 477 Combat. Chapter 477 Combat. As Gu Dongqin saw Xiao Ziliang and Qin Zijuan standing together, he sneered, "You two want to come together? I'm not afraid of you. Although I don't wish to initiate any internal conflicts before the Great War of the 3 Realms, if there is any potential threat against our extreme martial sect, I will not hesitate to kill it to prevent it from being ambushed by these guys when the 3 Realms war approaches." Xiao Ziliang had only Pa-S, said the 7 Nirvana tribulations. Hence Gu Dongqin could defeat him easily. Although Qin Zijuan also Pa-S, said the 8 Nirvana tribulations, he could only reach a standstill if combating with Gu Dongqin to a standstill. At that time, Qin Zijuan was the sole ruler of the East Sea. Now, there were many great Nirvana realm pract. 1 Tioniers from the East Sea. If a conflict really occurred, then there would definitely be a tsunami and the entire Carefree Islands would eventually be drowned. Lien Yingxiao smiled as he played with the fan in his hand. He looked at Lu Menger and asked, "Aren't you going to help?" Seeing the expression in Lien Yingxiao's eyes, Lu Menger was secretly shocked. She felt that Lien Yingxiao had seen through the relations HI plus P between her and Qin Xiang, but she coldly said, "If this brat's master becomes crazy, the entire East Sea will be stirred up. He doesn't need my help." Lu Menger purposely raised her voice so that Qin Zijuan and Xiao Ziliang could hear. Huang Jintian's strength was unfathomable. Although there were many martial artists that had Pa-S, said through the 8 Nirvana tribulations, the status of Huang Jintian still hadn't dropped. At present, Huang Jintian could be called the strongest martial artist in the mortal martial world. Superficially, Huang Jintian was imprisoned in the forbidden area, but he could come out if necessary. It's still the same word. Your people can kill Qin Xiang, and he can also kill your people. It is a grudge between them, while we should not interfere. What's more, your strength is so much stronger than that of Qin Xiang. Don't you feel ashamed to fight him altogether? There are rules in the mortal martial realm. Gu Dongqin claimed that he was not afraid of fighting with 2 more martial artists by himself alone. He became the headmaster of the extreme martial sect, and his master was a figure ascending into the sky. His strength was naturally not simple, and even Qin Xiang had never seen Gu Dongqin using his strongest strength. Qin Xiang glanced at the strong pract. 1. Tioniers not far away, and saw several people wearing a kind of fiery red soft armor. They were very eye-catching, and looked as if their clothes were emitting a red glow, while those people were watching indifferently, as if they didn't care about what happened at all. What a nostalgic costume! I didn't expect that the people from the Fire D Shrine still wore such idiotic clothes. Su Meiao's sigh was filled with vicissitudes of life. It could be known that she and Bai Yuyu were both antique-level characters. The Fire D Shrine had arrived at the mortal martial world. The speculation of Qin Xiang and his folks were basically the truth. But what would the Fire D Shrine do in the mortal martial world? At this moment, a middle-aged man from Fire D Shrine said indifferently, the old generation should not interfere with the grudges between juniors. Hearing the Fire D Shrine man's words, Qin Zijuan and Xiao Ziliang immediately retreated, which made Qin Xiang extremely astonished. He could tell that the Fire D Shrine's people held a lot of weight in the eyes of these powerful men. Qin Xiang suddenly thought of the reason why the Fire D Shrine came here. Was it because they wanted to rule the entire mortal martial world? If that was the case, then once the Fire D Shrine expanded, all the people in the mortal martial world would have to do as they said, and they could do whatever they wanted. This was a force that specialized in stealing other people's fire souls. Qin Xiang didn't have any good feelings towards the Fire D Shrine. Is that Qin Xiang the strongest young man in the mortal martial realm? A handsome young man with delicate features from the Fire D Shrine walked towards Qin Xiang. That's right, what can I do for you? When Qin Xiang saw the young man's arrogant attitude, he secretly felt displeased, just as the hall master said, that this is a matter between juniors. Now, I want to avenge for these 2 seniors. The young man from the Fire D Shrine said indifferently. Qin Xiang could tell that all of those strong pract. 1. Tioniers had interacted with the Fire D Shrine before, and the Fire D Shrine must have displayed their strength to them and made these pract. 1. Tioniers fear them. At this moment, the surrounding pract. 1. Tioniers were secretly happy as they saw the young man from the Fire D Shrine coming to challenge Qin Xiang. The door to the profound realm had not opened yet, so there was nothing wrong with watching the younger generation fighting. Moreover, it was a showdown between Qin Xiang and the Fire D Shrine. How come do you think you deserve to challenge me? Do I know you? What's your relations? I plus P with the 3 dead men? They wanted to kill me first, so it's right for me to seek them out for revenge. Qin Xiang's tone was filled with disdain. The posturing of this young man from the Fire D Shrine was something he extremely disliked. The middle-aged hall master of Fire D Shrine frowned slightly. However, he did not consider it serious, as he thought that Qin Xiang didn't know the Fire D Shrine's strength. It was normal for the young man to be arrogant, especially the person who was ranked the first in the entire mortal martial world. However, those who knew Qin Xiang well knew that he was definitely not an arrogant person. Moreover, he was indeed very strong, and people who shew arrogance in front of him usually suffer losses. Chun Xiang didn't want to fight anymore because he had the heaven-earth fire soul. It would be troublesome if the fire D shrine found out. Humph, it seems that you are just SOSO. I have traveled with the Hall Master dozens of worlds, including many worlds that are stronger than the mortal martial world. In those worlds, the so-called strongest young martial artist has just gotten a tough mouth. All of them were defeated by me in the end. The young man from the Fire D shrine sneered. When they heard the young man mentioning that he had traveled in dozens of worlds, those strong Nirvana realm pract. 1. Tioniers were moved again. They had only traveled in a few dozen of continents, at most, but this young man traveled in dozens of worlds. Oh, Chun Xiang responded with indifference. He did not take the words seriously. He already had a Luotian door, so he could take the revenge later if he had the power. Let alone the young man of the Fire God shrine got an entire Fire God shrine behind him. It was not him strength, but just good luck. When the young man saw the envious gazes of those experts, he was elated. However, Chun Xiang's indifferent reaction made him feel annoyed. Chun Xiang did not pretend to show that. He simply didn't take it seriously. It seems that your esteemed is already the #1 martial artist in the world. I really don't dare to compete with you, in case my life would be taken. I don't think anyone in this world will be able to defeat you. It is better for you to ascend to the heavenly realm as soon as possible. Chun Xiang sarcastically said. Chun Xiang intended to tell him that those who could not ascend into the sky had nothing to brag about. This also caused some of the strong pract. 1. Tioniers to be extremely said because many of them were suppressing their cultivation and did not dare to rise in order to avoid the nirvana tribulation, even though it was said that to live maliciously was better than die with N. Oh, Blenus, living a life that was sometimes too stifled was not a good thing either. Chun Xiang, it seems like you're nothing more than a despicable and shameless villain. It seems to me that you must have used some extremely vicious and sinister tactics to win those martial art contests. The young man said in a loud voice, and he was slightly angry. Chun Xiang frowned, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. He looked at the youth and said, "Fucku." His fist was as fast as lightning, wrapped in a layer of white mist, and directly hit the young man's face. The youth who was caught off guard was instantly sent flying after being attacked by a fist full of dragon force. Blood and teeth gushed out of his mouth. Actually, many teeth of him were shattered off by a single punch. Who would dare to challenge the dragon force? Chapter 478, The Rival of Flame. Chapter 478, The Rival of Flame. Chun Xiang's sudden punch stunned everyone. The several middle-aged men from Fire D shrine frowned and shewed a slightly angry expression. The youth that was sent flying by Chun Xiang was even more furious. Now do you see? I am indeed a despicable and shameless person. Chun Xiang took out a piece of cloth and wiped his fist. He then threw the cloth on the ground and spat. Right now, we two have a deep grudge. If you challenge me, I will accept it. The middle-aged men of Fire D shrine were all furious. They wanted to slap Chun Xiang to death, but they had said earlier that this was a matter for the younger generation and the elders should not take any action. If they did, then they would have to eat their words. This scene made Gu Dongqin and the others secretly laugh. The people of the Fire D shrine could be said to be throwing stones at their feet, while Qin Zijuan and Xiao Ziliang both hoped that Chun Xiang would beat up the youth from the Fire D shrine. This way, the Fire D shrine would hate Chun Xiang, and they could attract Chun Xiang to their side as they had the same enemy. Chun Xiang's punch was really heavy. He condensed the dragon force onto his fist and gave a violent punch with extremely fast speed. The young man's fair face swelled up from Chun Xiang's blows. After he fell on the ground, he jumped up and roared at Chun Xiang. Chun Xiang, I want to fight you to the death. Isn't it merely a life and death battle? Come on. Chun Xiang said with indifference. He has seen too many young and arrogant men like the young man. Moreover, he always made such individuals to suffer before, and some of them were even been killed by him. My name is Tai Longhao, you better remember this, in case when you meet the king of HLL, isn't it just a battle of life and death? Why are you talking so much? Chun Xiang impatiently interrupted him and said, It's useless even if you tell me your name. The person I killed will soon be forgotten by me. Those who died in my hands do not deserve me to remember their names. Tai Longhao originally thought he was arrogant enough, but Chun Xiang was even more arrogant than he was. This made him even more furious. He clenched his fists tightly as he saw the few white teeth in the pool of blood on the ground, and hatred were filled in his mind. This was the first time someone that his teeth got knocked out. Although he hadn't gotten any serious injuries, his image as a beautiful man was completely destroyed. That was something that Tai Longhao could not bear. Chun Xiang, I will always remember you. Tai Longhao roared and slowly walked towards Chun Xiang. With every step he took, a wave of scorching true qi condensed under his feet, leaving numerous footprints dispersing hot gas on the ground. Of course, men of fire G. Oh, D Shrine used fire. At present, however, Chun Xiang had a heaven-earth fire soul that was even more powerful than the heavenly fire soul, while martial artists who cultivated fire were no match for him. Chun Xiang laughed. You don't need to be polite. Actually, you should thank me for not knocking out your front teeth. Otherwise, you would have died in an even uglier manner. Such kind of rampant provocation made even Lu Menger slightly frown. Of course, she knew that Chun Xiang was purposely provoking Tai Longhao. However, this would arouse the hatred within Fire G. O D Shrine. She absolutely knew how powerful the Fire G. O D Shrine was. Go death. Tai Longhao was truly enraged. His eyes were blazing with flame and blue veins extended on his forehead. He really wanted to skin Chun Xiang alive. Along with explosive roar, Tai Longhao suddenly disappeared in front of Chun Xiang. Then a crackling explosion promptly rang out. Chun Xiang only felt an extremely scorching wave of air behind him. With an extremely high speed, Tai Longhao quickly moved behind Chun Xiang and launched a fierce fist of fire. Chun Xiang condensed his true qi into his legs and surged it to the bottom of his feet. As the ground trembled, his feet sank into the ground and he stood firmly on the spot. In the meanwhile, a huge flaming fist suddenly appeared and struck towards Chun Xiang's back. Humph! Chun Xiang did not dodge, but only grunted. He did not do anything to block the attack. Actually, he used his body to take the fierce fist of fire. The fist of fire berserkly hit Chun Xiang's back, causing a violent explosion. The flame bursted out and generated a huge mushroom-shaped flame that enveloped Chun Xiang inside. Just as Tai Longhao successfully punched Chun Xiang, he hurriedly leaped into the distance and looked at Chun Xiang with a sneer on his face. The flames burned crazily while the scorching heat enveloped the entire seabed island. Still, Chun Xiang's aura completely disappeared. Those middle-aged men from Fire G. O. D Shrine were very satisfied with Tai Longhao's attack when they saw the astonished expressions on those pract. Tionier's faces. What a strong flame! Just how many fire divine veins are required to do it? An old man exclaimed, Don't tell me there are 2 divine veins. Another middle-aged man said, The speed and flame performed by Tai Longhao appealed to waves of praise from those strong pract. Tionier's, because Tai Longhao was also a young martial artist who had just entered the spiritual martial realm, and he was indeed very powerful as he could make such action. Lu Menger said in a low voice, He must have a fire soul to generate such kind of flame. She was the only female here, and her beautiful voice was also extremely pleasing to the ears. Very quickly, it reached the ears of many people, and when they heard that it was the legendary flames, the crowd was even more astonished. No wondering that you are an expert of fire usage. Good insight. A middle-aged man from the Fire Temple Shrine praised. He was looking at Lu Menger with fiery lights. A woman like Lu Menger was the target of many strong pract. 1. Tioniers to pursue. However, everyone knew it clearly that Lu Menger's strength was unfathomable. Don't celebrate too early, Lu Menger coldly said. After the flames that enveloped S.P.A.C. dispersed, everyone saw the disheveled Qin Xiang standing there. Qin Xiang's upper body was somewhat charred, but he looked more charming with his strong and perfect muscles. Qin Xiang lightly sighed. It's nothing much. With his 18th stage immortal demon body and the heaven-earth fire soul in it, he would be obstructed even in the earth's core, let alone the flames released by a mere human. It was only tickling him. Now, everyone understood why they couldn't sense Qin Xiang's aura. It was because Qin Xiang didn't use his true qi to block the flame. What did this mean? This meant that Qin Xiang could withstand the flames that Tai Longhao was proud of just with his flesh body. Lu Menger and Gu Dongqin, who were very familiar with Qin Xiang, were also extremely surprised. They knew that Qin Xiang's flesh body had reached another level. They were only curious as to how Qin Xiang cultivated his physical body. Lu Menger immediately thought of the black turtle body strengthening technique. She had seen the divine practice before and knew that it could strengthen a person's body in a short period of time. However, the process was very painful that an ordinary person could not endure. Lu Menger had once used molten iron to refine Qin Xiang's body. When she thought of this, her heart throbbed with pain, because she knew that Qin Xiang must have gone through an inhumane torture to possess such a powerful body. Those middle-aged men of Fire D Shrine all had stern expressions. Now they knew that Qin Xiang was not such arrogant for nothing. They had been to many worlds, but this was the first time they met a prodigy like Qin Xiang. Tai Longhao's brows were tightly knitted together as he clenched his fists closely. Qin Xiang had only used his flesh body to withstand his strong punch, which suggested that his attack didn't have any effect on Qin Xiang at all. However, Qin Xiang's attack was able to knock out his teeth. Chapter 479, Falling Out. Chapter 479, Falling Out. Tai Longhao did not give in. He quickly moved and arrived in front of Qin Xiang, then threw another punch at him. An extremely huge fire fist, just like volcano eruption, suddenly exploded out and landed on Qin Xiang's body. With a rumbling sound, Qin Xiang was once again enveloped by a huge ball of intense flames. Tai Longhao had used more than half of his true qi to make that punch. He was very satisfied with his punch, especially when he felt the hot true qi that made him feel proud, which made he knowing how powerful his punch was. If Tai Longhao had used true qi with thunder or other types of attributes to attack Qin Xiang would not have been able to withstand it so easily. However, flames were the least feared by Qin Xiang, since he had the formidable heaven-earth fire soul. Any flame could not hurt him no matter how powerful the flame was. The most powerful flames in all the worlds was at the earth's core. Qin Xiang could move around in the earth's core without the black tortoise armament armor, not to mention the flame in front of him. Even the flames released by a Nirvana realm martial pract. 1. Tionier couldn't hurt him. Of course, if someone's skill was powerful enough for him or her to turn fire attribute true qi into another kind of powerful force, it would still be a threat to him. Qin Xiang walked out of the blazing fire with a cool sneer on his face and his fists clenched. Tai Longhao instantly felt a new fear as he saw Qin Xiang walking out unscathed. His such a powerful attack was unable to hurt him. He suspected that Qin Xiang might have entered the second stage of the extreme realm, the soul martial realm. It's my turn! Qin Xiang laughed loudly. His figure was like the wind as he flew over. His fist that was filled with dragon force turned into a huge white tiger head, emitting a fierce killing intent. As Qin Xiang flew over, he ferociously smashed his fists like a light dancing in the air. An overwhelming killing intent enveloped Tai Longhao. Tai Longhao's speed and reaction were both very fast. However, the moment he jumped up, he was dragged down by the water vines that Qin Xiang released. After he landed on the ground, Chen Xiang's violent fist punched on his body like countless raindrops that eroded his flesh and took out his vitality. In just a few breaths of time, Tai Longhao's face turned into deathly pale. As he let out mournful howls, his bones exploded inch by inch. His dantian had been destroyed by the violent dragon force. Right now, Chen Xiang was using his dragon force to punch Tai Longhao on his head, abdomen, and chest, and all his internal organs had been shattered, while his tissues and muscles were serenely injured and his vitality was corroded by the rich killing intent. Stop! The Hall Master of the Fire D Shrine could no longer bear watching any longer. With a loud roar, he waved his sleeves and released a violent force that flew towards Chen Xiang. His sudden attack was unexpected, while Gu Dongqin had already flew over to block it, but the Hall Master moved too quickly. The invisible energy that he released was like a blade that spiraled and slashed towards Chen Xiang's neck. Seeing the Hall Master's tactics was so viciously, Chen Xiang was infuriated. With a tyrannical roar, the white dragon on his left arm exploded with white light. He threw a punch towards the incoming powerful force. The fist howled like a dragon as it smashed towards the incoming force. A loud explosion rang out as blood shot out from Chen Xiang's mouth. The ground cracked and a formless energy swept in all directions. The surrounding rocks were all crushed into dust by the powerful energy. Chen Xiang was actually able to block the Hall Master's attack. The Hall Master was slightly startled as he leaped up and flew over. However, Gu Dongqin suddenly appeared in front of his way. This time, Chen Xiang's arm that was covered in white dragon tattoo exploded again. Long Shuai converted her strength into dragon force and continuously infused it into Chen Xiang's arm. She was lending her power to Chen Xiang. Right now, Long Shuai was using an extremely pure dragon force, while she was attaching to Chen Xiang's body. This power made Chen Xiang feel as if it was his, and when he felt the dragon force that Long Shuai had lent him, the blood in his body started to boil. He stamped on his feet and jumped to Tai Longhao, who had fell on the ground like mud. Go death! Chen Xiang let out a furious roar like an angry dragon. His left arm was more like being possessed by a white dragon, and on the top of his fist was a stern and angry dragon head. Stop! The men from Fire D Shrine shouted out loud simultaneously, but no matter how fast they were, they couldn't stop him. Chen Xiang's fist had already punched on Tai Longhao's head, SMAs, plussing it into pieces, while the furious wind of fists squeezed Tai Longhao's body into jam. Dead. Tai Longhao was dead. The young man who was brought along by the Fire D Shrine and had a fire soul in his body must be nurtured by the Fire D Shrine with priority, but he was now being beaten into a meat patty by Chen Xiang. The surrounding experts couldn't help but plus. They felt that Chen Xiang was even crazier than Huang Jintian. He was actually so reckless. As matters stood, Gu Dongqin could only help Chen Xiang to clean up the mess. Although the Fire D Shrine was very strong, he was only cautious and never afraid of them. Lu Menger had been ready. She never antic. Aided that Chen Xiang would conduct such fierce actions as he knew that the opponent was the Fire D Shrine. Although she blamed Chen Xiang in her mind, she was secretly happy. Even though Chen Xiang's performance was insane, she admired him very much. Moreover, the Hall Master of Fire D Shrine also took a heavy attack against Chen Xiang earlier. If he was unable to block that Hall Master's attack, he might have been seriously injured by now. All of the strong pract. Tioniers were stunned by Chen Xiang's strength once again. What the L is this Fire D Shrine? Just a moment ago, you said that you don't want to interfere in the matters of the younger generation. But why did you attack me? You are a prestigious Nirvana realm martial artist, but you took such a heavy hand on me, who is merely at the spiritual martial realm. You guys will only be a laughingstock for people all around the world. Qin Xiang coldly said. Nevertheless, he wouldn't have been able to block that attack if Long Shui did not lend him the dragon force. Gu Dongqin's face fell down. Hall Master of the Fire Ji, oh, D Shrine, don't go too far! All of you just heard that it was a life and death battle and they both volunteered for it. You were so harsh on my junior master. You simply didn't put our extreme martial sect in your eyes. As for the alliance that you mentioned earlier, we, the extreme martial sect, will not partake. 1P8. We will never ally with guys like you. Only the extreme martial sect would dare to say such words to the Fire Ji. Oh, D Shrine. Judging from Gu Dongqin's posture, he was prepared to go all out with the Fire Ji. Oh, D Shrine. Many of the heavyweights knew that if they were to ally with the Fire Ji D Shrine, they would be bound by the Fire Ji D Shrine, which would make them feel very sullen. Right now, they got the lead of the extreme martial sect to resist it, while Lu Menger from the Divine Martial Palace also immediately said, "That's right, we Divine Martial Palace will also not ally with a sect that eat its words." The Hall Master of the Fire Ji D Shrine was furious. Now, he finally felt Qin Zijuan's anger. He said sinisterly, "Aren't you afraid of the Fire Ji D Shrine?" Lien Yingxiao waved his fan and smiled. "No, we really aren't afraid of that. If you got the guts, then come. How about you call the Fire Ji D Shrine from all over the world to contest with us?" Chapter 480 The Profound Realm opened. Chapter 480 The Profound Realm opened. Lan Shan felt that it was a very enjoyable show, but since Qin Xiang did him a favor before and he had a good relations, HI plus P with Gu Dongqin, he also came to mediate the situation. This is only a matter for the younger generation. It's not good for senior generations to make a huge ruckus due to matters of younger generation. Hall Master of Fire Ji D Shrine, didn't you just say that? W.A.N. Ji Quan, Xiao Ziliang, and Qin Ziyun were all eager for them to fight to the death, especially Qin Zijuan from the Holy Light sect. His sect had conquered the East Sea, while Qinwu continent was the only land they had not conquered. Now there came a formidable Fire Ji D Shrine that wished to rule the entire mortal martial realm. It would be advantageous for him if they started fighting. No matter what, Lu Menger always supported Qin Xiang, since Qin Xiang was her love. As the Hall Master of the Fire Ji D Shrine looked at the rotten flesh that was stuck together with the mud, he shouted out a furious roar and released a ball of fire that burnt Tai Longhao's body to ashes. A young man with a fire soul died just like that. This caused many Strongpract, Tioniers to feel pity. All the magnates of the mortal martial realm had their own forces. In their territory, they were the emperors. But now the Fire Ji D Shrine suddenly appeared and asked them to follow its order. They would not like to do it at all, and they would definitely join the resistance if someone came to lead. The more people there were, the stronger the force. The Hall Master of the Fire Ji D Shrine felt secret hatred. He furiously glared at Qin Xiang, then returned to those middle-aged men of Fire Ji D Shrine. They knew exactly what the magnates of the mortal martial realm were thinking at this moment. If they pushed too hard, Gu Dongqin might initiate a resistance, while other magnates would definitely join him. If that happened, the folks of Fire Ji D Shrine would be wiped out right there. Now that the Great War of the Three Realms was about to begin, it was impossible to summon the Fire Ji D Shrine in other worlds. Those Fire Ji D Shrines in Otherworld had successfully deployed their forces. They were all controlling huge amounts of resources, and it would be a tremendous loss if they retreat out of those places. Qin Xiang took out a piece of clothes and put it on. He wiped his face and said, "Back then, my master was so powerful that he didn't even think of exaggerating the power of the extreme martial sect to all the continents. He definitely has the power to do it. Right now, a foreign Fire Ji D Shrine that has made no contribution to the entire mortal martial realm wants to take over all the resources here. It is just a dream." What Qin Xiang said was what those magnates were thinking. All continents in the mortal martial realm had developed so well. Why should they give it away to others? If anyone wants to do this, we, the extreme martial sect, will fight them at all costs. Gu Dongqin said loudly. At the same time, he looked towards Qin Zijuan, whose holy light sect had ruled the entire East Sea. He decided to annihilate such a risk before he ascended to the heaven. The Hall Master of Fire Ji, "Oh, D Shrine," snorted coldly. "We only want to help you fight against the fiendish demons and make you come together." Lu Menger sneered. "We have already united, so we do not need your help. Moreover, you only have a few thousand apprentices. Are you really willing to use them? It seems to me that you want to take over the entire world, as we are heavily injured in the Great War of the Three Realms. It seems like the you guys from the Fire G. Oh, D Shrine is really dangerous. We can't sleep after all this trouble." Lian Yingxiao said with a smile. The people of the Fire G. Oh, D Shrine were expressionless because Lu Menger and Yingxiao were right. They had never thought that the people of the mortal martial world would be so united. The reason they were so united now was mostly because of Huang Jintian. Huang Jintian was still here, and he would definitely came out FF the mortal martial world was in an extreme chaos. Huang Jintian traveled everywhere in the past and challenged those magnates everywhere. He had never lost, so those magnates were all very afraid of him. At present, even though the people of the Fire G. Oh, D Shrine were receiving disgusting looks, they still stayed here. They knew, and they were waiting for the White Tiger's profound realm to open. Since they were already here, they must go in and take a look. Qin Xiang stood beside Gu Dongqin and quietly waited with the crowd. The whirlpool also devoured the violent and tyrannical spirit qi, which would disappear into thin air after being absorbed in. Soon, everyone felt that the SPAC was moving abnormally. A place in the island was slowly splitting up, and a huge crack appeared. Endless death energy and fearful killing intent gushed out from it, causing all the people to feel extreme fear with their backs turning cold. The White Tiger was the D of slaughter. After millions of years of killing, it had ACCU, mulat, an extremely terrifying killing intent. While the environment in the White Tiger Profound Realm was clearly built according to the White Tiger Divine Beast, Chen Xiang couldn't help but wonder, did someone build this White Tiger Profound Realm? Qin Zijuan, have you guys entered it yet? Lan Shan asked. He was worried that there might be some powerful guys inside as he felt such an intense killing intent. Not really. We only sent people to guard this place and wait for a proper time to go in and investigate. We sent more than 10 people in to investigate, and only one came out, and that one was even 100 cultivation realm. Qin Zijuan said. At this time, Xiao Ziliang also said, I feel that even we old fellows could not cope with the danger concealed within it. Nevertheless, since we have so many people here, let's go in and check it up. Lian Yingxiao asked, Didn't you just say that one person came out alive? Did he say anything about what was going on inside? The one who came out alive has gone crazy, and he lost all his cultivation. Qin Zijuan let out a heavy sigh. Gu Dongqin looked at Qin Xiang and said, Junior Master, you better not go in. If anything happens to you, your master, this old lunatic, will definitely kill me. Chen Xiang curled his lips and said, I am the one who released the news so you could come here. I'm not afraid of anything inside. Lu Menger was not worried as well. She knew that Chen Xiang was destined to be the master of the Four Symbols' divine weapon. Even though one of these divine weapons belonged to her right now, that was only because the divine weapon had followed her for many years that it recognized her place, and it did not entirely fuse with her until Chen Xiang gave a hand. Remembering how she fused with the vermilion bird string, Lu Menger couldn't help but to grunt in her heart. Let's go. Lan Shan said. He was a Nirvana realm martial artist, so he wasn't afraid by nature. Gu Dongqin had no choice but to have Qin Xiang follow closely behind him and followed the group towards the crack. Little Bustard, Were you attacked by the people who were lying in ambush here? Lu Menjur used her spiritual sense to inquire. Although she knew that Qin Xiang was fine right now, she still blamed herself, since she promised come with Qin Xiang together. Yeah, but I still managed to escape and hide in a place to recuperate. I'm fine now. Qin Xiang replied. Is it all right that you call so many people over? What if the white tiger divine weapon is taken away? Lu Menjur was worried. Don't worry. That white tiger divine weapon is definitely mine. Qin Xiang was extremely confident. The interior of the white tiger profound realm was very beautiful. There were mountains, waters, birdsong, and the fragrance of flowers. It was full of vitality, but an invisible aura of killing intent and death shrouded the skies. Now, that Qin Xiang encounter problem, he had no idea where the white tiger divine weapon was located. Chapter 481 Death Storm. Chapter 481 Death Storm. The crowd stood on top of a tall hill. What surprised them was that the spatial crack behind them had disappeared, which meant that they were temporarily trapped within the white tiger profound realm, and they must wait for 2 months until the big whirlpool opened again to get out of there. Of course, Qin Xiang had already marked a target point on the Luotian door. With his current strength, it would be very easy for him to escape from the profound realm. Where should we go? This profound realm is really big. It's the biggest profound realm I've ever seen. Lan Shan said with excitement. The killing intent and death aura were both heavy here, as well as the spirit qi, which was much denser than that in any profound realm he ever had seen before, which meant there must be a lot of treasures in it. There were over 100 people here, and they could be divided into several groups. Just as everyone began to search for groups, a gentle breeze suddenly blew out. Be careful, it is the tyrannical devil storm. Long Shui suddenly shouted, the tyrannical devil storm. Qin Xiang heard that from Bai Yu before. It was a natural phenomenon that frequently appeared in the devil world. It was formed usually at a place where killing intent, death aura, and spirit qi were very dense. When these 3 different kinds of intangible energies merged together, it would create a terrifying tyrannical devil wind. Qin Xiang also read about it in books, however, in the mortal world. It was known as the death storm. It was a type of strong wind that carried a sharp saber-like astral wind, and wherever it went, any architectures would be razed to the ground. Any places that it blew out would lose all vitalities and shew a scene of death. The death storm is coming. Qin Xiang shouted out loud. Although the majority of the people here belonged to the Holy Light sect, there were also some magnates from other seas and the Qinwu continent. All of them were stunned as they heard the word death storm. They immediately looked around, only to see that in the distance around them, clumps of black gas suddenly appeared. The black gas bared its fangs and brandished its claws as if it was a demon, forming a huge black tornado that connected the heaven and earth. Waves of thick, black clouds also immediately covered the sky. Endless killing intent and death aura dispersed in the sky, like a curtain of death that came across. Plussing down, causing everyone to be breathless. Junior Master! Gudongchen yelled, and was about to extend his hand to grab Qin Xiang, but he was a step too slow. Everyone was pulled by an invisible force and dispersed. They were all sucked away by a strong suction force and swept into the huge tornado in all directions. Qin Xiang hurriedly urged the wind attribute energy in his body to fuse him with the violent and strong air current. This way, he would be able to barely control his body. In just a few blinks of an eye, more than 100 strong-pracked. 1. Tioniers of the Nirvana realm had been sucked away to somewhere unknown. More and more huge black tornadoes appeared around them. Promptly, all the beautiful mountains and trees were sucked into the terrifying tornado. The entire place had become a sea of death tornado. At a glance, one could see that these tornadoes were like giant pillars that connected the heavens and the earth. This is really a tyrannical devil storm. Currently, Only Qin Xiang was not sucked into the tornado. However, it was difficult for him to escape from the powerful suction force. His body could not help but float in a certain direction. The terrifying astral wind was like a sharp blade. If Qin Xiang didn't have the black tortoise armor, he would have been cut into pieces by the countless blades formed from the astral winds. Qin Xiang did not withstand for a long time before he was sucked in by the huge tornado with thousands of feet of width. His body was protected by the black tornado armor, so he did not suffer any damage. However, these winds contained all sorts of tyrannical consciousness, just like the howls of ghosts and wolves, wanting to drill into Qin Xiang consciousness and devour his soul. Now, Qin Xiang knows why the person who came out would go crazy. After suffering such a mental attack, the person's consciousness would be devoured and he would inevitably turn crazy. Fortunately, Qin Xiang was cultivating the divine path. Therefore, his divine sense was abnormally strong, not to mention that he possessed magic force that was times stronger than the divine sense. He did not know how long it would take for the storm to stop, so he could only circulate the 9 revolving dragon divine technique to absorb the tyrannical spiritual energy from the tornado. Although the energy was extremely violent and filled with evil consciousness, it turned into a very pure spiritual energy, being refined by Qin Xiang through 9 revolving dragon divine technique. That was also what Long Shui told him to do. This way, he could take the opportunity to cultivate the divine path, because right now he had many spiritual powers ready for him to absorb. The storm lasted for 3 days. Countless giant death tornadoes whirled crazily as they moved quickly, leading the people to different places. When the tornado collapsed, there was a strong explosion of air, causing everything inside to gush out in all directions. Originally, Qin Xiang had discovered that there were several Nirvana realm pract. One, Tioniers in the same tornado as him. However, after that explosion, they were split up even further away. Qin Xiang was blown into a forest. Recalling how he was instantly thrown to this place by the power of the qi earlier, he could not help being emotional. Is this the power of nature? Humans are truly unable to contend against it. It was already very fortunate that he could survive. Now, Qin Xiang had to find Lu Menger and Gu Dongchen first. All the people was scattered, and if Qin Xiang met Qin Zijuan, Xiao Ziliang, or those people from the Fire Ji, D Shrine, he would definitely be killed. Ned, this white tiger profound realm is too terrifying. Qin Xiang cursed as he took out a talisman that Lu Menger gave him. This was a communication spirit talisman. It could only be used once. While if Qin Xiang couldn't send a message due to excessive distance, then it would be a waste. Now he had only one of it. I hope Sister Menger is nearby. Qin Xiang activated the talisman, which then ignited into flames. At the same time, he infilled his message into the talisman and delivered it out. In a desolate mountain full of tall hills, Lu Menger was standing on top of a hill. Suddenly, one of her talismans started to move. She took it out her. Then the talisman bursted out with flames. She received the message from Qin Xiang, and at the same time, she also knew which direction the message came from. Knowing that Qin Xiang was fine, Lu Menger felt relieved. She let out a sigh of relief and flew off in a certain direction. Qin Xiang waited at the same spot for more than 6 hours before he sensed Lu Menger's aura. They hastily leaped into the air and landed on Lu Menger's jade lotus frisbee. Little rascal, I'm so worried for you. As Lu Menger saw that Qin Xiang was safe, she hurriedly rushed over and hugged him tightly. Qin Xiang kissed her forehead and laughed. How could I die so easily? Lu Menger let the jade lotus frisbee descend into the forest. Qin Xiang looked around with a mischievous smile on his face. He licked his lips and laughed. Sister Menger, right now there are only 2 of us. Without the presence as an empress, Lu Menger coquettishly pouted. Her face was slightly reddish as she gently closed her eyes and started kissing with Qin Xiang. At this moment, Gu Dongchen was in a swamp shrouded in black fogs. While enduring the stench that made him want to puke, he yelled, "Junior Master! Where are you? Junior Master!" If Gu Dongchen knew that his junior master was hugging and kissing a pretty girl and enjoying the tender and flirtatious grace of an empress, he would definitely be angered to the point of vomiting bile. Chapter 482, A Land with Ice and Snow. Chapter 482, A Land with Ice and Snow. Qin Xiang greedily sucked the fragrant saliva in Lu Menger's mouth and intertwined with her soft tongue. One of his hands unobediently moved onto Lu Menger's breast and gently kneaded around the firm white rabbit through her thin white clothes. Lu Menger felt her sensitive part being pinched by Qin Xiang, which made her tremble. Meanwhile, Qin Xiang's other hand was hugging her tightly, preventing her from escaping. At first, Lu Menger struggled a little bit, but when she thought about how her relations HI+P with Qin Xiang had already developed to this point, not to mention that Qin Xiang had seen her pair of beautiful rabbits before, she knew that Qin Xiang was enchanted by her proud, prided bee. Aria, yes. She sighed in her heart and continued kissing Qin Xiang. At the same time, she let out an extremely weak moan. This made Qin Xiang unable to control himself. Some part of his body had grown up, and his hand was unrestrainedly kneading the huge, soft rabbits and kneaded it into various shapes. Occasionally, he would even knead that small t, its. The wonderful feeling made him satisfied inside. He would like to keep knead those t, its for a lifetime. Lu Menger felt that Qin Xiang's body was getting hotter and hotter, and his force became increasingly larger. She knew that Qin Xiang was highly turned on at the moment, while she was worried that they would go overboard if they continued. She was not ready for that kind of things yet. Rascal, it hurts. Lu Menger let out a soft snort and lightly patted Qin Xiang's naughty hand. Although Qin Xiang touched her body through her clothes, Lu Menger still felt very shy. She lowered her head, with her face suffusing with an intoxicating red glow. She lightly said, "Humph. I allowed you to touch me while you made me feel so much pain. You really don't know how to cherish a girl." Qin Xiang held Lu Menger in his arms and took a few deep breaths. He suppressed the evil fire in his mind. He also knew that they shouldn't go overboard, and he wanted Lu Menger to follow him properly and not secretly give him her body. He felt that it would let her down. "Sister Menger, I'm sorry. I can't control it for the time being." Qin Xiang laughed as he apologized. "You must have had enough." Lu Menger snorted lightly as she laid in Qin Xiang's embrace, feeling the strong manly aura from his body. "Not really." Qin Xiang answered in honesty. He felt that it would never be enough for him to stroke her body. Lu Menger pinched Qin Xiang's pectorals with force. "You little rascal, you really make me to worry about you. It's great now, since you've offended the Fire G. Oh, D Shrine." Qin Xiang stroked Lu Menger's beautiful hair as he asked, "Did Gu Dongchen ask you back to tell him about the Fire G. Oh, D Shrine?" Lu Menger nodded. He summoned all the powerful magnates in the Qinwu continent to discuss whether they should ally with the Fire Geo Shrine, but nothing came of it. In the end, we even made a trip to the King's continent. The Fire D Shrine is there at present. The Fire D Shrine invited us to go there. They shew their strength, and they are indeed very strong, especially those apprentices. Qin Xiang said, "The Fire D Shrine definitely has no good intentions. Right now, they are trying to rope people herein. It won't take a long time before many people join them. They still don't know that I have a fire soul. They used divine censor to probe me as they saw me for the first time, but they didn't notice it. They are really looking for someone with fire souls. I wonder what the consequences will be if they find out." Lu Menger was worried because her parents had told her to be careful of the Fire G. D Shrine. "Just keep hiding." Qin Xiang patted her back and said, "You don't need to worry about me. If I want to hide, no one will be able to find me. There are too many places that Chan Xiang could hide, and no one would dare to go even if they knew where he was hiding. Of course, it did not feel good at all to hide. If he had enough strength, he could kill anyone who wanted to take his life. Lu Menjur kissed Qin Xiang's lips and stroked his handsome face. She softly said, "Even though you're a little rascal, I still don't want to lose you." Qin Xiang suddenly pinched the pink lotus on her breast and said with a naughty smile, "With a beautiful girl like you, I must not die." Lu Menjur let out a groan and slapped away Qin Xiang's bad hand. "Let's find the white tiger divine weapon first. Now, take out your 2 divine weapons." Qin Xiang nodded his head and called out the azure dragon, subduing Devil Saber. The august, golden black tortoise armor also appeared on his body, making him appear to be extremely domineering and handsome, and causing Lu Menjur to be dumbfounded as her beautiful eyes flashed with splendor. The last time she felt complicated emotions on Qin Xiang was as he put on the black tortoise armor. Now she realized that she fell in love to him at that time. Lu Menjur laughed lightly. "Little rascal, you really looks like a man when you wear this armor." As she spoke, the vermilion bird string appeared in her hand, and the countless strands melded together and turned into a fluttering ribbon. As the 3 divine weapons approached, Qin Xiang and Lu Menjur immediately sensed that there was something summoning them from a direction, and that was location of white tiger divine weapon. After finding out the direction, they were all very happy. They put away their divine weapons and advanced towards that direction. Flying in the sky is too eye-catching. This white tiger profound realm is definitely not so simple. Right now, both you and I are being closely watched by the Fire G. Oh, D Shrine, so we better walk on land. Lu Menjur said, "Sister Menjur, can you teach me your frost wind divine exercise?" Qin Xiang asked because Bai Yuyu was very suitable to learn this divine exercise, and she was really eager to get it. "Of course." Lu Menjur responded. Qin Xiang and Bai Yuyu were both surprised that Lu Menjur could agree so readily. Both Bai Yuyu and Su Meiyao were very joyful. Su Meiyao knew that Bai Yu would become even stronger after learning this divine exercise. Originally, she thought that Bai Yuyu must dissolute her ruthless devil exercise. But out of everyone's expectation that Qin Xiang opened up the knot in her heart, then all her emotions and desires came back to her. However, she could not continue cultivating the ruthless devil exercise and could only use other powerful martial arts to make up for it. Remember this well. I'll tell you the chant. It's not much, but it's very profound. It's impossible to understand it without several thousand years of cultivation. Lu Menjur did not ask why Qin Xiang wanted to learn it, but she trusted Qin Xiang very much, not to mention that the vermilion bird divine exercise that Qin Xiang taught her was also very powerful and helped her a lot. Following that, Lu Menjur began to teach Qin Xiang the chant, while Qin Xiang also carefully memorized it. Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu could both hear it. They could only remember it after hearing it only once. There were not many words in the chant, and Lu Menjur taught all of it within 5 days. For a divine technique, this was very rare. And during the process of memorizing the chant, there were many things that Qin Xiang didn't understand. The frost wind divine exercise was not suitable for him to cultivate, so he did not need to understand it. He knew that Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu could definitely understand it. Qin Xiang and Lu Menjur walked very slow. They speeded up their pace only after Qin Xiang learnt the frost wind divine exercise. After crossing a high mountain, they saw endless snow mountains in front of them. Those mountains were covered in white snow and filled with freezing cold, and the cold wind would blow over accompanied by a wave of cold-killing intent. Suddenly, Bai Jinjin, who was in Qin Xiang's Xian Beast bag, let out a roar. "Master, I feel that this place is very amicable. I feel like I have a companion here." The companion of a white tiger was, of course, another white tiger. Could it be that a white tiger tribe resided within the white tiger profound realm? C483, the White Tiger Battle Clan. C483, the White Tiger battle clan Qinxiang took out the Xian beast bag and released Bai Jinjin out. Lu Menjur was surprised as she saw Qinxiang releasing a white tiger. She could tell that the white tiger was very powerful and would soon be promoted to a Xian beast. Jinjin, can you take us there? Qinxiang asked the white tiger with his divine sense. He guessed that the white tiger divine weapon must have something to do with the White Tiger clan. It was very likely that the White Tiger divine weapon was being protected by them. Bai Jinjin nodded and said, Master, don't worry. When you get there, I will ask them not attack you. The White Tiger clan here thinks highly of their companions. You are my master, so they won't kill you, because I will follow you if you die. Qinxiang was secretly worried in his heart. However, he still believed in Bai Jinjin's words. My parents might be here as well. Bai Jinjin said with some scary, then ran forward. It was obvious that she missed her parents very much. Qinxiang dragged Lu Menjur and flew away. Lu Menjur asked, Looks like the Xian beast bag was created by me. I gave it to a goblin called Hua Xiangyue. How come it is in your hands now, and you even subdued a small white tiger within it? Xiangyue brought me to subdue it. That was a long time ago. Qinxiang said, Ha ha, you actually have so many secrets with Hua Xiangyue. Lu Menjur said in jealousy. Then she asked, at the last hero, A.S. assembled, there were 2 powerful white tigers suddenly coming out. Did you bring them there? Yep, it was indeed me. Now, this little guy really misses her parents. I hope her parents don't beat her up when the time comes. Qinxiang said nervously. Lu Menjur frowned and said, You rascal really got guts that you even dare to subdue a small white tiger with such strength. This little white tiger must have an extraordinary bloodline. A white tiger that could reach the peak of the Nirvana realm definitely isn't an ordinary one. Even your crazy master has to be wary of that strength. Qinxiang certainly knew that, but he wasn't afraid. In any case, it was the little white tiger that willingly followed him. Of course, the fact that Qinxiang could subdue such a white tiger with pure and an Blee bloodline also shocked Lu Menjur. This kind of white tiger wasn't something that could be easily subdued. This little guy said there is a gathering place for the White Tiger clan in the front. The White Tiger divine weapon is likely to be there. No matter what, we have to check it out. If anything happens, be careful, Sister Menjur. Qinxiang said, And don't worry. Lu Menjur was very confident in her own strength. Moreover, she also had a powerful divine weapon right now. She believed that vermilion bird string could definitely hold off a large group of strong-pract Tioniers. Just as they descended the mountain and stepped into the land of ice and snow, they felt 2 terrifying auras of killing intent. A middle-aged man and woman wearing white tiger skins suddenly descended from the sky and radiated dense killing intent. Lu Menjur was startled. They were the white tiger couple that she had met in the last hero, A.S. Semble. Their strength was formidable. After the white tiger couple landed on the ground, they hurriedly hugged Bai Jinjin. She was their daughter that they had been searching for a long time without any result. At this moment, Bai Jinjin let out a low roar, and her roar was filled with infinite yearning. After that, the white tiger couple looked at Qinxiang and Lu Menjur with killing intent. However, just after a blink of eyes that briefed the killing intent disappeared. Did you save our daughter? The middle-aged woman spoke with a stiff voice and her eyes filled with gratitude. Although she wasn't very beautiful, she had a very imposing aura, which made her appear to be extremely noble and dignified. Qinxiang knew that Bai Jinjin must have lied to her parents. It's just a small matter. Qinxiang hurriedly replied with a smile. You even signed a contract with my daughter? The valiant-looking middle-aged man stared at Qinxiang, causing him to feel a lot of pressure. Qinxiang nodded, she volunteered. I know, the middle-aged man said. But I don't want my daughter to be controlled by humans. You're here to look for the white tiger divine weapon, right? Chunxiang breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Exactly. Not everyone can come here to take the divine weapon. Only the one who is approved by the G. Oh, D can do that. The middle-aged woman said. The G-O-D that the white tiger spoke of was the white tiger G-O-D. Chen Xiang heard from Long Shui earlier that the azure dragon subduing Devil Saber was related to the azure dragon, so the white tiger divine weapon was naturally the same. Chen Xiang lightly breathed in, while his heart of slaughter began to vibrate. An aura of killing intent bursted out from his body. The white tiger couple nodded their heads and said, You have said the first stage. What about you? The middle-aged woman looked at Lu Menger and asked with a gentle voice. Perhaps it was because they were both women. I came with him. Lu Menger said, Then come with me. The middle-aged man turned around and released a wave of energy. He lifted Bai Jinjin up, then flew towards a snow-white mountain. It did not take long that Chen Xiang and Lu Menger arrived at an ice field with the white tiger couple. There were many houses made of ice. After Chen Xiang and Lu Menger arrived, many people were appealed and came out to watch. There were men, women, elders, and children among these people. They all carried killing intents with them. That was the unique aura of white tigers. They were all transformed from white tigers. Beasts that could transform were all in the Nirvana realm. Now, Chen Xiang saw that there were at least 200 people around him. When the middle-aged man saw the astonished expressions of Chen Xiang and Lu Menger, he said, We are pure-blood white tigers, and we were born in the human form. Our daughter is only one that turned to white tiger form just after she was born. We still don't know the reason of it. So it is, Have you been here to protect the white tiger divine weapon? Chen Xiang asked. This is the mission G. Oh, D left us. We don't know how long we have been waiting. Although there were a few people coming here, none of them were able to take the divine weapon in the end. The middle-aged man sighed. It was obvious that he held a high position here. Chen Xiang and Lu Menger followed them into a rather large ice house, while Bai Jinjin was taken away by the middle-aged woman. Chen Xiang knew that he might lose this little white tiger, so he secretly felt pity. After waiting for a while at STU, our DY old man with a long beard walked in. He was wearing the same white tiger skin as the others did here. His face was full of gentleness without any killing intent, but it gave Chen Xiang and Lu Menger an indescribable terror. This old man was very strong. My name is Bai Zhan. I am the chief of the White Tiger Battle Clan, the old man said with a smile. Although his eyes were very benevolent, Chen Xiang and Lu Menger were scared and felt their hair standing on when they saw his eyes. My name is Chun Xiang. I am here to take the white tiger divine weapon. She came with me. Bai Zhan stroked his long beard and frowned. This lady should be Lu Menger of the Divine Weapon Sect. I didn't predict that you could obtain the divine vermilion bird weapon. That is really strange. C484. Prophet of the White Tiger Battle Clan. C484. Prophet of the White Tiger Battle Clan out of everyone's expectation. Bai Zhan knew Lu Menger. This made both Chen Xiang and Lu Menger to be surprised. I have been to the outside world before, and closest to Mu Continent is my most frequently going place. Bai Zhan smiled and explained. Chen Xiang and Lu Menger already knew that there were hidden strong pract. 1. Tioniers in the mortal martial realm. Although those sect headmasters were famous, it did not mean that they were the strongest. There were some strong Nirvana realm masters living in a secluded life. According to the legends, the 4 symbols' divine weapons should belong to the same person. But right now, Lady Lu had the vermilion bird divine weapon, while the little man had the azure dragon divine weapon and the black tortoise divine weapon. Bai Zhan asked in confusion. Lu Menger explained. The vermilion bird divine weapon was given to me by my parents when I was very young. I've been carrying it for over 10,000 years. So that's how it is. In that case, you have obtained the approval of the vermilion bird divine weapon. Now, which one of you is going to take the white tiger divine weapon? Baijan nodded his head and curiously looked at Qinxiang. He hadn't been out for quite some time, so he naturally didn't know anything about Qinxiang. He only felt that it was strange that a person with mediocre strength actually obtained 2 of the 4 symbols divine weapons, and this man got on pretty well with Lu Menger. I'll go, Qinxiang responded. He was cultivating the 4 symbols divine technique, and he could only obtain the white tiger divine weapon as he used the white tiger true qi. Baijan said, if you want to go to the holy land of Ji, Diwar, you must first cancel the contract with that little white tiger, then defeat the future Ji, Diwar of our white tiger battle clan. Bai Jinjin let out a low roar. She clearly didn't want to break the contract with Qinxiang. She wished to stay with him because there would be many delicious dishes for her. If you want to obtain the white tiger divine weapon, you must not have a contract with any member of our white tiger battle clan. Otherwise, the white tiger divine weapon will not approve you. Actually, we have no objection to our white tiger battle clan members being together with humans. Baijan sighed. Qinxiang walked over and rubbed Bai Jinjin's head, saying, little brat, you should stay here for now. After you turn into a human and become a Xian beast, you can come to the extreme martial sect to find me. Bai Jinjin nodded her hand, although she was unwilling to do that. Then a contract pattern appeared between Qinxiang's eyebrows and flickered with white light as it entered Bai Jinjin's head. In this way, the contract between them was released. Back then, this contract was made by Bai Jinjin to show her sincerity to Qinxiang. Once she harmed him, the contract would bound her and cause her death. Our white tiger battle clan is born to be belligerent. There is a holy land of Ji, Diavor, and the white tiger divine weapon is right there. That place is a restricted area for us, so we can't enter it, and we will not allow others to enter either. Only if you defeat our future Ji, Diavor, and obtain the hymn approval will you be able to step into the holy land. At that time, all of the elders of our white tiger battle clan will leave the holy land for you to take away the white tiger divine weapon smoothly. Baijan's words were very clear. The white tiger divine weapon was in the holy land of Ji, Diavor, and he must defeat the future Ji, Diavor, in order to enter the holy land. Who is the future Ji, Diavor? What is his strength like? If he is a Nirvana realm pract. 1. Tionier, how could I defeat it? Qinxiang asked. Baijan took a light breath and said, don't worry. The future Ji, Diavor, is the prophet of our white tiger battle clan. I don't know how strong he is, but he will fight you fairly. He is the future Ji, D of our white tiger race. Well, then take me to him. I hope it will be just as what you said. As Qinxiang saw Lu Menger nodding her head at him, he had no choice but to take a look at the so-called further Ji, Diavor in the future. Follow me. Baijan brought Qinxiang and Lu Menger out of the huge ice house and headed towards a large iceberg in the distance. Baijan didn't walk fast. He said that they shew their respect to meet the future Ji, Diavor, so they couldn't fly over. They could only walk there. This caused Qinxiang to feel depressed. He didn't know how long he would have to walk for. In addition, this place was a world of ice and snow in a vast expanse of white. If he didn't hold Lu Menger's warm and white hands, he would have definitely complained along the way. The White Tiger Battle Clan should be the direct bloodline of the White Tiger Divine Beast. The White Tiger became the G, D of Slaughter because he was too belligerent, so he was also a G, D of War. You said you are going to meet your future G, D of War. Could it be that he will reach the level of a divine beast in the future? Su Meiyao said in confusion. Something like the divine beast is usually present in worlds with extremely high levels. There's no divine beasts even in the heavenly realm. Long Shui said, all the dragons of our royal dragon family could become divine beasts. but that would take a very long time. If there really is a future D'Ivoire, I think it would be the resurrected white tiger divine beast. Hearing Long Xue's words, Qinxiang and Baiyu were both astonished. The white tiger divine beast could resurrect after death, even in the mortal martial world. All of the 4 divine beasts partook. 1. P. Aided in the refining process of the 4 symbols, divine weapons. The azure dragon subduing Devil Saber is originally the sacred artifact of our dragon race. It is said that a long time ago the royal dragon family fought over this sacred artifact, causing the entire heavenly realm to be thrown into chaos. After that, someone hided these 4 divine weapons in order to prevent such things from happening again. Little tramp dragon, what do you mean by resurrecting after death? Will a divine beast still die as it is in such a level? Chen Xiang asked curiously. Our royal dragon family has all kinds of legends, and one of them is called Nirvana Rebirth, which especially occurs in those divine beasts. Although they are powerful, they could not prevent from death in fights. So in order to protect themselves, they will retain their consciousness and reincarnate. Chun Xiang had also heard of this legend. When he was young, he heard many stories of immortals, that many immortals would reincarnate after death and born in mortal world. After that, they would comprehend the heavenly Tao through cultivation, then regain their immortal status and ascended into the heavenly realm. They had been walking in the land of ice and snow for a long time, and it was late at night. A full moon and stars lit up the ice. Finally, they came to a large iceberg, in front of which was a cave. As soon as they arrived, an ordinary-looking young man walked out of the cave. This man was also wearing white tiger skin clothes, and his stature was very big, taller than Qin Xiang by a head. His skin was dark. Although he had an ordinary appearance, a king's aura dispersed between his eyebrows, which gave even Lu Menger an indescribable pressure. This young man was extremely strong. Qin Xiang and Lu Menger could tell it with a single glance, especially when they saw the intelligent battle intent in the young man's eyes. Both Qin Xiang and Lu Menger were kind of terrified. Prophet, just as Baijan said this, the young man waved his hand to interrupt him. Go back to the clan and wait for me. I have already known everything. The young man said. His voice was calm, but there was a hint of majesty in it. Baijan respectfully retreated and left in a quick pace. Which one of you wants to take the white tiger divine weapon? The young man asked. He looked at Lu Menger and then at Chen Xiang. Finally, his gaze landed on their hands that were closely held together. The strongest person that Chen Xiang had seen in the mortal martial realm was Bai Yuyu's elder sister, Bai Ziqian. But now, he felt that the young man in front of him was much scarier than Bai Ziqian. The strongest person that Chen Xiang had seen in the mortal martial realm was Bai Yuyu's elder sister, Bai Ziqian. But now, he felt that the young man in front of him was much scarier than Bai Ziqian. It's me, Chun Xiang replied. He had no confidence to defeat such a fellow. He felt that he was nothing more than an ant in front of this young man. The young man looked at Lu Menger and smiled. I see. What? Lu Menger knew that this young man had noticed their hands holding together earlier, while the smile on his face was extremely strange, so she could not help but ask in curiosity. The young man said, The vermilion bird string is also called the vermilion bird love string. After you obtained the vermilion bird string, you were touched by this brat, weren't you? And you were even turned on by him. Lu Menger was stunned for a moment. She suddenly understood why she had such an indescribable feeling for Chen Xiang in that very short period, and why she finally fell in love to Qin Xiang. It turned out that it was the vermilion bird string that plagued her, but even so, she believed that it was her feelings that said the vermilion bird string, especially what Chen Xiang did for her, that he led her to take the fire soul, told her details of the nirvana tribulation, gave her incomparably precious spirit medicine, and helped her smoothly survive the nirvana tribulation. Chen Xiang's good intentions were all engraved in her heart, so she didn't think that her emotion would be manipulated by the vermilion bird string. It has nothing to do with it. Even if I don't have the vermilion bird string, I'll still be with him, Lu Menger firmly said. She didn't want Qin Xiang to think that she stayed with him because of the vermilion bird string. This would severely hurt a man's self-esteem. I believe in you. The young man smiled. Qin Xiang clenched Lu Menger's jade-like hands and said to the young man, "Are you the white tiger?" There was a trace of surprise in the young man's eyes. He nodded. "You got me. You are actually not simple." After confirming the item, 1. Tai of this future G. Oh, D of War. Qin Xiang and Baiyu were both extremely surprised. It was just as Long Shui said, that the future G. Oh, D of War was the reincarnation of the white tiger divine beast. Could it be that the white tiger had died a long time ago, and it actually reincarnated to such a place? Lu Menger quickly thought of something. The legendary 4 divine beasts were not legends at all. They truly existed. If this young man in front of them was called White Tiger, then he must be the legendary White Tiger divine beast. And the G. Oh, D of Slaughter. The name of the White Tiger divine weapon is the Slaughtering G. Oh, D hand. It's a set of gloves, and if you put on it on your hand, you'll have extremely horrifying power. It will cause one to be filled with slaughtering intent, and it was refined with my life. I died at that time. The White Tiger said. Although his tone was calm, it was filled with sadness and vicissitudes of life. So, if you want to get the White Tiger divine weapon, you have to defeat me, because that was refined with my previous life. I will fight you with the same cultivation level as yours. It is the early stage of the spiritual martial realm, right? White Tiger asked. Qin Xiang nodded his head. If that was the case, then he had nothing to be afraid of. He would have a high chance of winning if the opponent was in the same level as his. You are not allowed to borrow the strength of that small dragon. The White Tiger supplemented. His requirement made Lu Menger to be confused. However, she immediately thought of the white dragon tattoo on the left side of Qin Xiang's body. Now she remembered that every time Qin Xiang was using an extremely strong power, the white dragon tattoo would H-I+N-E. She knew that Qin Xiang had many secrets, but she also knew that if Qin Xiang wanted to tell her, she did not need to ask. Well, no problem. Qin Xiang didn't expect him to find that. You can't use any weapons, including your black tortoise armament armor. Every time you are attacked, that thing will always pop out secretly. White Tiger said. Qin Xiang sighed. After all these years, the black tortoise armament armor had indeed helped him block many attacks. However, he was not afraid right now, because his flesh body was also very strong, even without the black tortoise armament armor. Anything else? Qin Xiang asked. That's it. How about you? Do you have any demands on me? White Tiger laughed. Qin Xiang was confused. Why did the White Tiger use its own life to make a divine weapon? Were the other divine weapons of the 4 symbols, divine, weapons the same as well? Qin Xiang shoot his question out. Not the other guys. Just me. Because I am the G. Oh, D of Slaughter, there was one guy who could not stand watching. He wanted to bet with me. If I lose, he would refine me into a divine weapon, and in the end I lose. The White Tiger did not gloss over his failure at all as he talked about it. Unexpectedly, a legendary being like him did not lie for such things. Then why did the 4 symbols divine weapons appear in the Qinwu continent? Qin Xiang asked again. You will find it out later. Now, let's begin to fight at the front. As the White Tiger spoke, he had already walked towards the flat ice field at front. Suddenly, a huge circle of white light appeared, and that was the place where the 2 of them would duel. Lu Menger kissed Qin Xiang's cheek and encouraged him. You will definitely win. Qin Xiang nodded and followed the White Tiger. Senior White Tiger, the great war of the 3 realms is coming. Will you come out to help out then? Qin Xiang asked. The Qinwu continent would definitely be much safer if such a strong force was with it. No, that's a matter of humans. If you humans unite together, you don't need to fear fiendish demons, nor do you need our help. White Tiger shook his head. This was indeed a matter of humans. The number of humans was many times more than the White Tiger race and the demon beasts. If they couldn't resist the demons, then it could only be caused by the human race's lack of unity. Senior, you are a prophet. Do you know how long it will take before the great war of the three realms comes? Qinxiang asked again. This gave him a sense of security. Around 5 years, very soon. At that time, as long as there are goblins, demons, and humans in this world, there will be a pathway that connects the three independent worlds together. After that, there will be many worlds with goblins, demons, and humans together. White Tiger said, 5 years. To someone who had been cultivating martial arts for a long time, 5 years was extremely fast. Still, Qinxiang had many things to complete before that. For example, he needed to refine a low-rank Earth-level Dan within 3 years, then competed with Elder Dan to refine Dan. After that, he had to refine a large amount of Dan and cultivate 3,000 of true martial realm martial artists, as well as to find 3,000 of golden flying tigers, and to build a mysterious and powerful cavalry. 5 years was too short. Even 10 years wasn't enough. Come on, put me down, then you can go to the holy land of Ji. Oh, D of War. At that time, you will be there to fuse with the slaughtering Ji. Oh, D hand. The White Tiger had his hands behind his back. At this moment, he had a serious expression on his face. He did not think low of Qinxiang. Although the White Tiger was reincarnated, its strength was still very strong. Qinxiang believed that the strength of the White Tiger had long Serpa. Said the human realm. It should be at a level above the heavenly realm. Even if the White Tiger controlled his strength to the early stage of the spiritual martial realm, his flesh body and vigorous true qi were not something that Qinxiang could compare to. However, Qinxiang also had his trump card. Although he was not allowed to use the Azure Dragon subduing Devil Saber or the Black Tortoise Armament armor, he was very confident in himself. He must defeat the Ji. Oh, D of Slaughter! Qinxiang discovered that there was a very strong force coming from the ice and a barrier was slowly forming. Qinxiang discovered that there was a very strong force coming from the ice and a barrier was slowly forming. Quite a number of humans have entered this profound realm. They are all top-notch martial pract. 1. Tioniers in the mortal martial realm. I do not wish to lure them over. White Tiger said. Qinxiang was also worried that too many people would come and clash with the White Tiger battle tribe. It would be a huge loss to the mortal world if so many Nirvana realm experts died in one go. I won't turn into a beast form and fight with you. That way, you won't be able to beat me. It could add your chance to win as I fight you in my human form. White Tiger smiled faintly. Qinxiang silently cursed in his heart. His opponent is a reincarnated divine beast with such terrifying strength. Even though it suppressed at cultivation, it still stood in an advantageous position against him. Lu Menjur knew that Qinxiang was very strong, but she was secretly worried. After all, the White Tiger held a huge advantage. Indeed, it was a divine beast. Whatever it had experienced or learned, it would be out of comparison for a mortal like Qinxiang. This White Tiger divine weapon was the last item Qinxiang came for, but it was so difficult to obtain it. Don't be afraid of this big mixed color cat. Although he has a huge advantage, you practice the divine arts and your magic power is also very powerful. Moreover, you can use those devilish arts recklessly. Just call them over on him. Long Shui said. Qinxiang's magic power was indeed not weak. However, up until now, he could only use his heavenly dragon seal to execute an offensive ability, and it took his time to perform it. Are you ready? Let's start when you are. I'll let you attack first. White Tiger said. Qinxiang's expression was serious as he shook his head. Wait a little longer. The White Tiger didn't say anything. Qinxiang couldn't use the Azure Dragon Devil Slayer or the black tortoise armament armor, nor could he borrow Long Xue's power. This way, he would lose a lot of his strength. Xue, do your royal dragon clan have any ways to deal with this kind of big white cat? Qin Xiang asked. The white tiger is just like a dragon. There are many of them in the heavenly realm, and they all need to evolve from weak to strong. As for black tortoise and vermilion bird, they are few in number, so they are very difficult to evolve. Our dragon clan and the white tiger clan had a period of conflict in the heavenly realm. At that time, the royal dragon clan had been searching for the white tiger's weakness. Upon hearing Long Xue's words, Qin Xiang was overjoyed. The weakness is the gold attribute, true qi of the white tiger, and your strongest power right now is fire. The heaven and earth fire could destroy his gold attribute, true qi, but only if the quality of his gold true qi is not that much stronger than your heaven and earth fire, or you would be not able to defeat it. The 5 elements countered each other, while fire countered gold. Qin Xiang had just obtained the heaven and earth fire soul, allowing him to possess a heaven and earth fire that was several times stronger than the heaven fire. Because it was the heaven and earth flame, it was hidden very deeply within Qin Xiang's body. Even if the white tiger discovered Long Xue, the little dragon, was attaching to Qin Xiang's body, it would still be unable for it to discover the fire soul within his body. I'm ready. Qin Xiang lightly smiled. It was an extremely confident smile. Then come. You possess the yin-yang divine veins, so you should be cultivating the Tai Chi subduing dragon technique, right? I want to try your dragon power. I really miss that force. White Tiger said. Qin Xiang laughed. I might disappoint you. Although I can use my dragon power, I don't feel like there's a need to fight you with it. Furthermore, that would be a huge waste for me. Young man sure is arrogant. The White Tiger laughed loudly. Qin Xiang did not plan to use his dragon power, which made Lu Menger slightly frown. At this critical moment, Qin Xiang was still underestimating his opponent. The heaven and earth true qi was the best oil. If it was poured onto the heaven and earth fire, it would make the fire even more powerful. Right now, Qin Xiang was starting to circulate the heaven and earth true qi to fuse it with the fire soul within his body to create the most powerful heaven and earth fire. Qin Xiang suddenly shouted in a deep voice. The clothes on his upper body had been torn apart. His muscular body was slightly red, and a scorching heat rose up from within him, causing the originally frozen icy ground to heat up, making people feel as if they were being roasted by the blazing sun. Thankfully, there was a powerful barrier on the icy ground. Otherwise, the surrounding ice would have been melted by the heat released by Qin Xiang. Not far away, Lu Menger also discovered that the heat released by Qin Xiang was extremely terrifying. If it was a flame, then it would be even stronger. A raging fire suddenly appeared on Qin Xiang's fist. Seeing the crazily dancing flames, the White Tiger's pupils abruptly contracted. This kind of fire caused it to feel shocked. It could not imagine that a mortal would possess a flame of this level. Whiz! Qin Xiang suddenly leaped. His speed was as fast as a ray of lightning, leaving only after images. This was the fastest speed he had ever displayed, and he charged towards the shocked White Tiger in it. The White Tiger was astonished by the speed. Although he knew that Qin Xiang was coming towards him, he did not react in time and was unable to dodge. Qin Xiang's fist that was spewing out intense flames was like a meteorite that was burning with flames as it smashed towards the White Tiger's face. It even exploded into a ball of flame that rumbled loudly. Qin Xiang didn't stop with just one punch. The other fist followed closely behind. He wanted to seize this opportunity to use this crazy fire fist to strike the White Tiger. Lu Menger was stunned when she saw the continuous explosions of flame fists. She couldn't understand how the flames could have increased so much, especially since she and Qin Xiang had only been separated for 2 months. Qin Xiang's punches were very fast and looked as if he had several arms. He was able to punch out dozens of times in a split second, and each punch contained the same amount of power. It even had a suction force, trapping the enemy, making it impossible for them to escape from this storm of punches. The white tiger suddenly roared, and an overbearing killing intent surged out. The icy ground trembled, and a tyrannical aura exploded from his body, causing Chen Xiang to be knocked flying. Chen Xiang's fist was smoking, and his entire body was emitting hot air. His eyes were burning with fury. He was preparing to use his hand as a blade to execute the furious dragon slash. Plus, the white tiger had never imagined that it would be beaten to such a sorry state. Chen Xiang had just landed hundreds of blows on its head, and they were all accompanied by extremely intense and terrifying flames that caused the white tiger's hair to hurt. This guy even sealed its own divine sense so that it could only be in the early stage of the spirit martial realm. Long Shui said, it would definitely be discovered if its divine sense was very powerful. That's for the best. Chen Xiang rejoiced in his heart. He clenched his fist and once again ignited the violent flames. The white tiger was certain that Chen Xiang possessed a fire soul, but it couldn't figure out what kind of fire soul Chen Xiang had. It was actually so powerful that even caused it to be afraid. Killing intent enveloped the icy ground, causing Chen Xiang to feel slightly uncomfortable. However, he was not a green hand. He had also cultivated the white tiger divine technique before, and the killing intent he gathered was also very strong. The killing intent released by the white tiger ignited its killing intent and made it to immediately feel full of power. It clenched its fists and fiercely stomped its feet, shaking the icy ground as it flew towards Chen Xiang. You're still too young. Chen Xiang shouted loudly. 2 fire vines suddenly leapt out from under the icy ground and very accurately wrapped around the rapidly moving white tiger, then completely dissipating the imposing aura that the white tiger had just gathered. You're still too young. Hearing these words, the white tiger and Lu Menjie were both shocked as they were struck by a lightning. They didn't understand where Chen Xiang got his gut from to dare to say such words in front of a divine beast. You're still too young. Hearing these words, the white tiger and Lu Menjie were both shocked as they were struck by a lightning. They didn't understand where Chen Xiang got his gut from to dare to say such words in front of a divine beast. However, the white tiger did not expect that Chen Xiang could use such a strange technique, nor did it expect that Chen Xiang's flame would be so powerful that it could suppress its strength. Its gold attribute true qi would be instantly incinerated upon contact with the flame, which substantially reduced its strength. Originally, the white tiger thought that the killing intent it released would suppress Chen Xiang, but he completely ignored it. That killing intent was a type of mental attack. However, Chen Xiang's divine sense was so strong that he was completely fine. Just a moment ago, the white tiger was still full of momentum and intended to defeat Chen Xiang in one go. But now, it was suddenly entangled by Chen Xiang's fire vine. Waves of torching true qi entered his body and devoured the true qi gathered within his body. The fire vine was very strong and could tightly entangle the white tiger. However, Chen Xiang knew that it wouldn't be able to hold on for long, while it could make enough time for him to make his second round of fierce attacks. Under the astonishment of the white tiger, Chen Xiang had already arrived in front of him. Both his arms were like blazing iron blocks, emitting a forceful burning power. Flames would occasionally gush out them. Looking at Chen Xiang's arms that was like axes chopping down, the white tiger was helpless. Right now, it was unable to manipulate the true qi in his body because it was completely restrained by the flames. Besides, Chen Xiang moved very fast, leaving it no chance to react. At this moment, Chen Xiang was seething with fury. The flames of anger were extremely terrifying. He struck out with his palm, then fiercely chopped down on the white tiger's shoulder, just like collapsing mountains and cracking the earth. The furious dragon slash was terrifying, even though it was not performed from the azure subduing dragon demon slayer, and it would be more nimble if Chen Xiang used both his hands. Right now, it still took some more time for the white tiger to break free from the fire vine, but just this little bit of time was enough for him to use hundreds of dragon slashes. Qin Xiang's 2 arms were like sabers with surging flames. He frantically slashed at the white tiger that was surrounded by fire vines. All the slashes were extremely deadly as they hacked down on the white tiger's upper body. Seeing Qin Xiang's enraged expression, the white tiger was also furious. It was a magnificent divine beast. Even though it was reincarnated, it had never been so aggrieved, but now it was actually provoked by a mere mortal. Time by time, the face of the white tiger was red and swollen. The upper half of its body was burnt by Qin Xiang's furious dragon slash. Of course, Qin Xiang knew that his slashes didn't damage the inside of the white tiger. The white tiger's flesh body was extremely terrifying. Such a tyrannical attack that he performed only left a superficial wound on it. When he felt that the white tiger was about to break free from the fire vine, Qin Xiang stopped using furious dragon slash and switched to the heaven-shaking palm. He had struck the white tiger several dozen times in just an instant on its body parts on which it was about to circulate true qi, which successfully dissipated its true qi. In order to prevent itself from being attacked by Qin Xiang, the white tiger let out a roar and bursted all of the all-true qi from its body, which once again shook Qin Xiang away. However, this consumed a lot of his true qi while it did not harm Qin Xiang at all. Even though the white tiger was furious, it was aware clearly that there was a huge gap when it suppressed its cultivation to the same level as that of Qin Xiang. It would have already been beaten to smithereens if its flesh body that it had cultivated for many years did not withstand a large portion of Qin Xiang's attack. In the same cultivation realm, Qin Xiang was invincible. It was the same for others, like the mighty clans, human royal clans, and blue blood family were all the same. All of them could not defeat Qin Xiang, even if they were stronger than him. Lu Menger's heart jumped instantly when she saw this. She started to suspect that the white tiger's ident. One, Tai was real. At the start of the fight, it was beaten up by Qin Xiang to the point that it couldn't fight back at all. The flames of anger on Qin Xiang's body weakened, but a smile still hung on the corner of his mouth. At this moment, the white tiger seemed to have discovered something, and it suddenly felt a bit cold. The white tiger had been living in this world of ice and snow for many years, but it had never felt cold before, while now it felt as if a wave of cold stream circulated within its body. The icy soul devil dominance. It was a mysterious spiritual attack. After being infused with the icy soul devil dominance, one would feel cold due to a kind of spiritual effect, just like indulging into an illusory magic array. After entering the magic array, one spirit would be kidnapped, causing his or her 5 senses to be confused and thinking that everything was real. It's the time to use the bone-melting devil palm. This white tiger's body is very strong, so it should not be able to melt his bones, but it still causes it to suffer a heavy injury. Now its own true qi was sealed and will be quickly consumed. You better consume all its true qi first, then violently beat up its flesh body that is eroded by the icy soul devil dominance until he surrenders. Bai Yu said, "What did you do to me?" The white tiger was at a loss and hurriedly asked. It was hard for him to imagine a person using such a powerful flame to attack him, yet he was able to send a strange, cold energy into its body. These were 2 extremes of strength. Although they could be used at the same time, it was extremely difficult for them to be used in such a secretive way as Qin Xiang did. As Lu Menger saw the white tiger trembling slightly, she knew that Qin Xiang had used that strange technique again. Last time when Qin Xiang was in Fragrant City, he used exactly the same 10 technique against Xiao Chou, a mighty clan member. Even though she was separated by a barrier and far away from Qin Xiang, she could feel the intense heat but was unable to sense the icy cold energy. The cold power that was able to freeze the white tiger was clearly much stronger than the flame that Qin Xiang used earlier. However, Qin Xiang used it without leaving a trace, which led people to be confused since it was totally against normalities. Of course, Qin Xiang didn't use the icy cold energy. He was only executing a close-range attack. he deceived people's spirit and made them feel that they were frozenly cold. The white tiger thought that it was a divine beast, so it was so confident that it sealed its divine sense into merely the level of an early stage of the spiritual martial realm, whereas Chen Xiang cultivated the divine path, so his divine sense was far above the early stage of the spiritual martial realm. In this way, he managed to perform the icy soul devil dominance and caused a spiritual, lethal attack on the white tiger. However, the white tiger still didn't know that its spirit was under attack because it didn't think that Chen Xiang's divine sense was much stronger than its. "I told you, you are still too young." Chen Xiang laughed as he leaped forward. A pair of flaming wings suddenly appeared on his shoulder and accelerated his speed, causing him to fly over with a violent, impacting force. Although the white tiger was cold, it was free to use its true qi. This time it was prepared as it saw Chen Xiang coming to it. It took out its fists, which were a pair of white tiger fists. Waves of tiger roars came out of these two tyrannical fists, defending Chen Xiang's flaming attack. As the four fists collided with each other, the wind and clouds flight out in the air. The white tiger was stunned and its expression changed as it trembled in fear. Moreover, both of its arms were also in extreme pain, which forced it to hurriedly retreat. Chen Xiang not only released the icy soul devil dominance on his fists, but also the force of bone-melting devil palm that eroded the white tiger's bones. Even though the white tiger was able to beat Chen Xiang to fly, the power of the bone-melting devil palm and the icy soul devil dominance that entered its body caused its bones to ache. Its entire body was cold, and Chen Xiang also gave it a strong blow. Even though the white tiger was able to beat Chen Xiang to fly, the power of the bone-melting devil palm and the icy soul devil dominance that entered its body caused its bones to ache. Its entire body was cold, and Chen Xiang also gave it a strong blow. Just a moment ago, Chen Xiang poured a large amount of icy soul devil dominance into the white tiger's body, which made it to feel even colder. This way, the white tiger would be affected and wouldn't be able to exert its strength during the battle. Seeing the white tiger's HI plus veering, Chen Xiang secretly laughed in his heart. He flew over once again with his palms dancing in the air. Shadow of his palms flew out. The palm wind was like raging waves as it enveloped the white tiger, instantly striking the white tiger in hundreds of times. In that instant, the earth trembled, while the strength of the bone-melting devil palm wreaked havoc on the bones in the white tiger's body. The evil icy soul devil dominance drilled into the white tiger's sea of consciousness and attacked its spirit. Chen Xiang used all his full strength and the fastest speed he could get to perform it. In that instant, the white tiger's bones hurt endlessly. Furthermore, the ice-cold feeling made its entire body HI plus ver and its expression turn ugly. The white tiger still had many powerful martial skills that it had not used. But now not only was it unable to use martial skills, it was even unable to circulate its true qi. Chen Xiang's attacks were too fierce and with a power that it had never seen before, which made it to be at a loss as to how to deal with them. White Tiger King Fist. A killing intent burst forth from Chen Xiang's body. Two tiger heads appeared on the surface of his fists that were like thunders as they crazily struck on the white tiger's body. Now, Chen Xiang no longer used the palm power of the bone-melting devil palm. Instead, he channeled the icy soul devil dominance to the white tiger. He wanted to freeze it to the point that it was unable to retaliate. If the white tiger did not seal its divine sense, it would definitely know what strange techniques Chen Xiang was using. It was only because its divine sense was far inferior to that of Chen Xiang that it did not know that this coldness came from his spirit. In addition, the flames that Chen Xiang was using terrified it the most. Although afraid of fire, it had never been afraid to such an extent before. Chen Xiang's flame was already so terrifying in this stage, and it would definitely become even stronger in the future. After entering its body, the flames would be able to completely destroy its true qi. The heavy and earth fire, the icy soul devil dominance, and the bone-melting devil palm. Chen Xiang used all of them to suppress the white tiger. First, he utilized the heaven and earth fire to suppress the white tiger's gold attribute true qi, then the bone-melting devil palm to make it feel pain all over its body, after which he took the opportunity to infuse the icy soul devil dominance into the white tiger's spirit to slowly wear it down, causing it to gradually lose its advantage, while as it was unable to fight back, it was repressed by Chen Xiang's extremely fast speed and tyrannical attacks. To know your enemies and yourself prevents you from being defeated all the time. Although Chen Xiang didn't fully understand the white tiger, he knew that its weakness was its fear of fire. Moreover, it was a reincarnated divine beast, so though lowly of its component, the white tiger did not take it necessary to know Chen Xiang entirely. It discovered that a small dragon was attaching to Chen Xiang's body, and it also forbade Chen Xiang to use long Xue strength or the black tortoise armament armor. This way, it believed that Chen Xiang's strength would become weaker. White Tiger lost because of this. His true qi might be stronger than that of Chen Xiang, while its martial arts might also be stronger. However, when the White Tiger was at ease, Chen Xiang suppressed it with his fastest speed. This was a tactic. In a martial arts match, it was not a one-sided fight. It was not enough to only use force without a brain. Right now, the White Tiger was like a human sandbag, being crazily beaten up by Chen Xiang until its face was swollen, whereas Chen Xiang would not grant it any mercy. It was hard for him to beat up the White Tiger like this, so he wouldn't leave it with any chance to retaliate. Lu Menger let out a breath of relief as she watched Chen Xiang beating the White Tiger to fly from side to side in trembling. She knew that the victor had been decided. Heaven Tiger Rampage Fist. After Chen Xiang's tiger head fists burning with anger attacked over, a series of explosions rang out and flames shot in all directions. Chen Xiang's fists crazily landed on the White Tiger's face. Each punch caused a violent explosion. After tiring himself out, Chen Xiang switched to the heaven-shaking palm to launch an inhumane attack. If the White Tiger was just an ordinary extreme realm cultivator, it would have long been crashed to meat sauce. While the White Tiger's body was very strong, although it could not use true qi and was H+I+ veering in cold, it was still with consciousness. Chen Xiang knew that if he were to continue, the White Tiger would be able to disperse the icy soul devil dominance. He steeled his heart and released his magic power, beginning to execute the heavenly dragon seal. He knew that with his current strength, he was unable to make the White Tiger with a powerful, fleshly body admit defeat. He could only borrow the power of heaven and earth. It was late at night, and the sky was full of stars. A full moon was high up in the sky, and the spirit qi floating in the sky was very dense. The dense spirit qi in the profound realm made the heavenly dragon seal that Chen Xiang casted even stronger. Use the star and moon berserk dragon in the heavenly dragon seal. You could borrow the spirit qi and the power of the stars and moon to summon the star and moon berserk dragon at night. It is very powerful at night. Long Xue said, the heavenly dragon seal was a technique for granting punishment. The most basic thing about it was to release the true qi in one's body, then to use his or her magic power to silently condense the spirit qi in the air to form a dragon claw, which could then be released a little bit stronger furious dragon punishment. It was the best technique to use in a raging state. The last thing necessary to do was to summon dragons with different energy natures to take punishment. Chen Xiang had previously performed the demon, subduing Holy Dragon to deal with a demon when he was in the King's continent. It was at night at present, so it would be the best choice for him to summon the star and moon berserk dragon. Chen Xiang began to chant the spell. His powerful mana was released and floated in the air, forming a huge net that compressed all of the spirit qi there. At the same time, it also absorbed the power of the lights of the stars and moon, converging to a glowing spiral disk in the air. It was extremely beautiful, but that power caused the icy plane to slightly tremble. It was not the first time that Lu Menjur saw Chun Xiang using some strange and powerful martial arts, but she was still stunned in this time. In the sky above the ice field, the huge spiral discs that covered a circumference of over 100 miles seemed to be formed from countless lights that converged together like galaxies. The power of the stars and the moon gathered together, colliding with each other, fusing and then class. Plusing. Terrifying waves of power burst out and spun rapidly in the air. The pressure formed by this power had caused many huge icebergs to collapse. The ice ground ruptured and the earth was shaking. Chun Xiang watched as the spiral disk above grew bigger and bigger. It resembled the Milky Way in the summer. He was also extremely stunned as he saw it himself. Is this the heavenly dragon seal? The white tiger let out a cry of surprise. It now understood why it felt an indescribable chill. It was a spiritual attack. When it saw Chun Xiang use his divine techniques, it was aware that Chun Xiang cultivated divine path, while his divine sense was far beyond that of an ordinary person. The star and moon berserk dragon. After Chun Xiang finished chanting the spell, he was extremely excited. The huge glowing disk in the sky condensed into a gigantic dragon that appeared to be made of starlight. It flew for a while in the sky before letting out a loud roar and craws. Plussing into the ground. Chun Xiang hurriedly dodged. He took all the true qi in his body to release fire vines to tightly wrap around the white tiger, preventing it from moving. Humph! The white tiger let out a cold snort, and the fire vines on its body immediately exploded. With a wave of its hand, a huge tiger forming from white lights flew out and crashed toward the star and moon berserk dragon. The dragon and tiger collided and instantly exploded, generating a burst of light that illuminated the night sky as if it was day. You win. The white tiger sighed. It was forced by Chun Xiang to use its true strength to destroy the star and moon berserk dragon in the end, which made it feel much better. The white tiger removed the power that was sealing its strength, which allowed it to recover its strength to the original state. Only then would it be able to easily defeat the star and moon berserk dragon that Chun Xiang released. The white tiger removed the power that was sealing its strength, which allowed it to recover its strength to the original state. Only then would it be able to easily defeat the star and moon berserk dragon that Chun Xiang released. This caused Chun Xiang to feel extremely displeased. He really wanted to see the white tiger being beaten to a pulp. It took him a lot of magic power to condense it. Seeing that the white tiger had admitted defeat, Lu Menjur blinked her beautiful eyes at Chun Xiang. However, the shocking scene of Chun Xiang summoning the star and moon berserk dragon still lingered in her mind. After regaining its strength, the white tiger easily dispelled the icy soul devil dominance that affected its spirit. You win. The white tiger divine weapon is yours, the white tiger said with a non-coverable relentlessness in its eyes. It was the white tiger divine beast, while it was actually beaten up by a little brat to such a miserable state. Moreover, the little brat held a great advantage. Its face would probably fall if such words were leaked out. Chun Xiang smiled and asked, "Where is the white tiger divine weapon?" "It's in the holy land of D'Ivoire. I cannot get close to that place. Once I get close, that white tiger divine weapon will return to me. At that time, it will be very difficult to take it down. Unless you could fuse with it, I cannot get close to it." The white tiger sighed. "You will get the reputation of D'Ivoire when you can actually defeat me in the future." "Didn't I just defeat you in a real sense?" Chun Xiang smiled and said, "Senior, white tiger has a great advantage. If it wasn't for your powerful flesh body, I would have already finished my business." Hearing Chun Xiang's words, the white tiger couldn't help but blush as it flew away. "Pass through the cave and you will reach the Holy Land." The white tiger's words echoed in Chun Xiang's ears, causing him and Lu Menjur to laugh. Lu Menjur flew to Chun Xiang's side and helped him put on his clothes. After that, She wiped off the sweat on his face as well as the blood on the corner of his mouth. You brat really made it lose face. It is the white tiger divine beast, Lu Menger said with smile. Although she said so, she was secretly proud in her heart because Qin Xiang was her beloved. Qin Xiang kissed her face and pulled her towards the cave. I did not expect that the white tiger divine weapon is called the Hand of Ji, O.D. of Slaughter. It doesn't have any similarities with the names of the Azure Dragon Demon, Subduing Slayer, Vermilion Bird Strings, and Black Tortoise Armament Armor. The white tiger said that it is a pair of gloves. If you wear them on your hand, you would be very strong when you use your fist and palm to attack. Qin Xiang displayed a mischievous smile on his face. Lu Menger wrinkled her nose and snorted, "Little rascal, you sure have a lot of underhanded tactics. That white tiger was completely disgraced by your underhanded methods and lost so badly." Qin Xiang laughed. "I'm fair and square. If I use all of my underhanded techniques, then this big white cat will lose even more miserably." Lu Menger knew that there were many secrets on him, but she didn't ask too many questions. She also had her own secrets, and Qin Xiang didn't ask her anything. They too had a strong mutual trust. I feel that something miraculous might happen if the 4 symbols divine weapon are on the same person. Now that you don't have the vermilion bird strings, it would be great if I could take it off. Lu Menger said with guilt as she bit her lips. Hee, Sister Menger, you just need to refine one more in the future. Anyway, it is just a refining process. I believe that Sister Menger will definitely be able to make it. Qin Xiang smiled. Although this was only a matter of lack of perfection, Qin Xiang was very contented, not to mention that it was also a good thing that the vermilion bird strings was on Lu Menger's hand. It could add her strength significantly. Lu Menger lightly nodded her head. What Qin Xiang said was also her future goal, which was to refine a vermilion bird divine weapon so that Qin Xiang could gather all the 4 symbols divine weapon. However, she knew that it would take a long time. After they entered the cave, they walked for over an hour to Pa-S, said through the huge iceberg, then arrived at a verdant forest, which shocked them a lot, since they were in a world of ice and snow a moment ago. Walking out of the cave, they saw a path paved with stone. At the end of the path, there was a huge round platform, like an altar, built in the middle of the forest. Lu Menger pulled Qin Xiang along and crossed the long stone path in a flash. Then they arrived at the round platform, beside which there was a round table. On the table was a transparent crystal box. Inside the crystal box was a pair of gloves that seemed to be made of tiger skin. It was the kind that could show one's fingers. This was the white tiger divine weapon, the Hand of Ji, O.D. of Slaughter. Just when Qin Xiang was about to grab it, a very powerful force suddenly flew towards him. Lu Menger's expression changed drastically as she hastily waved her palm. Her hand was filled with an ice-cold energy as she slapped away the force attacking Qin Xiang. However, Qin Xiang and Lu Menger were blown off the round platform by the blast of air. Haha, the white tiger divine weapon. This is the white tiger divine weapon. This place is indeed the white tiger profound realm. As long as I obtain this white tiger divine weapon and kill this brat and the woman, I can also obtain this woman's fire soul and that brat's azure dragon demon, Subduing Slayer. Ha! A middle-aged man wearing red armor laughed crazily. He was a member of the Fire G.O.D. Shrine. Not only that, but he was very powerful. He was a martial artist that had survived the 8 Nirvana tribulations. Moreover, it could be known from the scorching hot energy he just released that he was a person with a fire soul. Although Lu Menger had cultivated the frost, wind, divine technique, she could only barely defend against him. It was impossible for her to defeat the man. As long as I get all these, the position of the Hall Master will be mine. The middle-aged man of the Fire G.O.D. Shrine laughed maniacally as he hurriedly grabbed the white tiger divine weapon. At this moment, Lu Menger unleashed a wave of ice-cold energy Then a gust of cold wind blew over from all directions, transforming into numerous sharp ice thorns that pierced towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man sneered, "If I were you guys, I'd think of a way to escape now." As he discoursed, he shattered the ice thorns with a single palm strike, while the cold energy still lingered on the middle-aged man's body after the ice thorn shattered. Lu Menger flashed forward and shot out her beautiful palms. Waves of cold, true chi flew out from her palms and instantly covered the entire forest in a layer of frost. A thick layer of ice also covered the man of the fire ji. "Oh, D Shrine. Go, leave him to me," Lu Menger quickly said with a serious face. She could easily escape as long as Chen Xiang made to leave. Furthermore, it was not necessary for Chen Xiang to flee too far. He just needed to pass through the iceberg. At that time, the white tiger would definitely take actions. Haha, the middle-aged man laughed. "Lu Menger, your frost wind divine technique is indeed very powerful, but it is still far from being able to deal with me. This brat can go, but you must die." The ice on the middle-aged man suddenly cracked open. After that, Lu Menger quickly flew over and pushed on the ice on the middle-aged man's body. Then the cracks on the ice closed up again. "Go!" Lu Menger shouted out as she gritted her teeth, with a sense of request within her eyes. She knew that Chen Xiang had a prospect future ahead of him, so he definitely couldn't die here. Seeing Lu Menger in such a state, Chen Xiang knew that she spent up a huge amount of true chi to use the frost wind divine technique to freeze the middle-aged man to give him time to escape. Use the demon devouring technique to devour that guy. Bai Yuyu knew Chen Xiang well enough that he would not leave Lu Menger alone. Bai Yuyu had warned Chen Xiang many times that he absolutely could not use the demon devouring technique on people who were much stronger than him. Chen Xiang was only at the early spirit martial realm, and he still needed to consolidate his cultivation, not to improve it quickly in a short period of time. But now he was attempting to devour a martial artist who survived the 8 nirvana tribulations. Bai Yuyu had warned Chen Xiang many times that he absolutely could not use the demon devouring technique on people who were much stronger than him. Chen Xiang was only at the early spirit martial realm, and he still needed to consolidate his cultivation, not to improve it quickly in a short period of time. But now he was attempting to devour a martial artist who survived the 8 nirvana tribulations. This a frantic action left Chen Xiang confused. But he knew that Bai Yuyu definitely wouldn't harm him. Bai Yuyu must have other purposes to let him act in this way. Right now, Chen Xiang couldn't consider too much. He would rather die himself than leave Lu Menger behind. Seeing Chen Xiang Russ, plussing over, Lu Menger closed her eyes as 2 streams of tears rolled down her face. She knew that Chen Xiang would rush over. She had some hopes for that, but most of all, she hoped that Chen Xiang would just leave. Chen Xiang placed one hand on the ice and released his magic power into the frozen, middle-aged man's body. After feeling the thick true chi in his dantian, he started to circulate the demon devouring technique. It had been a long time since he last used it. "Haha, what an idiot boy," the middle-aged man laughed crazily. It would be very troublesome for him in the future if Chen Xiang left away. But now he could notice that Lu Menger, the female emperor of a generation, had an unfathomable relations. H.I.+P with this brat Chen Xiang. Haha, the middle-aged man let out waves of frantic laugh, even if he was frozen in a block of ice. He knew that Lu Menger wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. As long as he could wait for Lu Menger to use up her energy, he would be readily able to kill Chen Xiang and Lu Menger in one go. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's laughter came to a halt as he felt the true chi within his body was rapidly dissipating. The speed at which the true chi was being drained made him extremely terrified. He suddenly looked towards Chen Xiang, only to see his body swelling up. The middle-aged man realized that Chen Xiang was using an unknown martial art to devour his power. Hurry up and transfer your devoured power to Lu Menger. Otherwise, your body will explode and you will die. Bai Yu hurriedly shouted. After hearing the words, Chun Xiang was ecstatic. He quickly pressed his hand on Lu Menger's abdomen, allowing the middle-aged man's true qi to flow through him and infuse into Lu Menger's body. Sister Menger, be quick. Circulate your power and refine it. Chun Xiang shouted in a hurry. When Lu Menger felt the steady stream of true qi from Chun Xiang's palm, her heart skipped a beat. She quickly understood what had happened. The previously despairing her secretly let out a sigh of relief. Demon! Chun Xiang, you evil demon, stop it now. For the middle-aged man, it was the most terrifying thing that his power was devoured. He would be no different from a mortal once his own power was devoured up. That middle-aged man was extremely shocked. This kind of martial arts that could devour other people's martial arts was indeed a demonic art. Of course, it was also a martial arts that many people dreamed of because it allowed them to obtain power without taking any effort. Lu Menger was also astonished as she heard that Chun Xiang had such a demonic art. She was originally happy, but her expression suddenly changed because of Chun Xiang's abnormally ugly expression. She could see that Chun Xiang's face was covered in wounds. Chun Xiang's body was currently expanding. He let out A-M-U-F, fled cry as his clothes suddenly shattered. His valiant body expanded to a terrifying size, as if it was going to split open. Streaks of blood appeared as blood seeped out from his pores. It was extremely terrifying. Lu Menger could know, without thinking, that it was because of the endless supply of true qi that caused Chun Xiang to act like this. After all, it was the true qi of a man who had survived the 8 nirvana tribulations. The quality was pretty fine. Although Chun Xiang had a strong flesh body, it was hard for him to withstand it. Little rascal! Lu Menger bit her red lips. Her face was full of worry and her eyes were filled with tears. Seeing Chun Xiang in such pain, her heart felt as if it was being cut by a knife. I'm fine, don't worry. Chun Xiang didn't want Lu Menger to be too worried, so he forced a smile. Seeing the forced smile on his face, Lu Menger's heart broke and tears fell from her eyes. Chun Xiang immediately circulated the black tortoise body strengthening technique to conduct cultivation using this pain. This way, no matter how much pain he suffered, his body would not be destroyed with the help of the black tortoise body strengthening technique. This was the magic part of this technique. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. The middle-aged man whose power was swallowed by Chun Xiang was extremely anxious. Originally, he did not expect that Chun Xiang would be able to hold on much longer before his body exploded. However, now he saw the streaks of blood on Chun Xiang's body slowly recovered, which meant that Chun Xiang had adapted to it in a short period of time. This brat was so formidable. The beneficiary of it was Lu Menger. The power that Pa-S said through Chun Xiang's body was refined by his heaven and earth fire soul and became pure, so that Lu Menger could easily refine it into her own true qi and store it in her dantian after she received such purified power. Hee, you also have a fire soul on you, right? And it's a purple fire soul, haha. Chun Xiang suddenly laughed. Still, his laughter was extremely ugly because he was suffering from the pain, just like being stabbed by needles all over his body. The middle-aged man was like being whipped on his face. He originally planned to kill them and take Lu Menger's fire soul, but now, not only was his strength devoured by Chun Xiang, his prided purple fire soul might also be taken from him. Demon, you evil creatures, you will all die a horrible way. The middle-aged man roared crazily, whereas his voice was completely covered by the thick layer of ice. Then Chun Xiang penetrated his hands through the layer of ice and pressed down on the middle-aged man's stomach, crazily devouring everything of him. To this point, Lu Menger had no choice but to refine the power that Chun Xiang gave her. This was in exchange for Chun Xiang's incomparable pain, so she treasured it even more. She knew that she was in debt to Chun Xiang once again, and she didn't know how to repay him in the future. The power of those who survived the 8 nirvana tribulations was extremely profound. Chun Xiang had devoured 10 days in a row. That middle-aged man only had a haggard expression on his face, while no one came during these 10 days. Lu Menger would rather have someone come here to help her than to acquire those power. She cared more about Qin Xiang. The pain he had endured for the past 10 days was clear in her eyes and her soul. "I'm fine." Qin Xiang forced a smile as he saw Lu Menger's eyes filling with tears. Her eyes had cried to red for the past 10 days. Only now did Qin Xiang know why women were made of water. But the awkward thing was that he was completely naked because his body would occasionally swell and explode with a burst of energy. Even if he wore clothes, it would shatter, while to release the black tortoise armament armor would block his meridians and impact him on transferring power into Lu Menger. Therefore, Lu Menger had watched every part of Qin Xiang's body for the 10 days. Although she was very shy, she could not help but look at it because she was worried that an accident would happen to Qin Xiang at any time. Of course, it was the first time she saw a man who was completely naked. At the beginning it made her very shy, but later on she felt that a man without any clothes was actually that attractive, especially a man she loved. If it weren't for the pain all over his body, Qin Xiang would definitely tease Lu Menger with some words, but the pain prevented him from summing that idea. Chapter 491, The Incomparable Charm of the Lady Emperor. Chapter 491, The Incomparable Charm of the Lady Emperor. The process of devouring lasted for a very long time. This was also because Qin Xiang's skill and body were not powerful enough. Otherwise, the devouring process would be carried out very fast. Of course, he was currently devouring an expert whose strength was many times stronger than his. It was already good enough that he didn't die from it. Lu Menger's Frost Wine Divine art was also very powerful. Otherwise, she would have not frozen a martial artist who was a lot stronger than her. Although the frozen duration would be short and consumed a lot of her true qi, it gave Qin Xiang a chance to use the demon-devouring art. In the meanwhile, Lu Menger was refining the pure true qi that Qin Xiang transmitted to her, which allowed her gradually enhance her true qi. The pure true qi source was endless, so she could continuously use the Frost Wind Divine art to freeze the middle-aged man of the Fire Ji D shrine. Moreover, as Qin Xiang gradually devoured the man's true qi, his strength had weakened a lot. Hence Lu Menger did not need to use too much ice-cold energy to freeze him. In the blink of an eye, 20 days had passed. Although Qin Xiang was enduring the pain, his physical body and divine sense had both increased by a stage. His immortal and demon body had reached the 19th stage, and his soul was around the age of 19. Very quickly, it would finish the growth phase. By then, he would be able to use the D traveling in the 9 heavens art. The middle-aged man of the Fire D shrine had substantial amount of his power being devoured. He became extremely weak, and his voice was Hoa. RSE. If he knew that Qin Xiang had such a demonic art, he wouldn't have come even if he were coerced. Right now, he could only regret his actions and hated Qin Xiang, but he had no way to break free. "Kid, even if I die, I will drag you down to Hell with me." The middle-aged man suddenly let out a harsh laugh, causing Qin Xiang's expression to change, because he suddenly felt that more and more power was surging into his body, while the middle-aged man's body was slowly drying up as he became extremely old. "Ha ha! I'll inflate you to death!" The smile on the middle-aged man's face suddenly disappeared. He let out the last wave of true qi of him with the last words and infilled into Qin Xiang's body. Qin Xiang roared. Lu Menger was so anxious that her face was covered in tears. She hurriedly hugged Qin Xiang's swollen body that was filled with fresh blood. Both Qin Xiang's physical body and his consciousness were completely filled up. He would explode to die if the tyrannical power was not to be released. "Hold him tightly, then do as I say. Only you can save him now." Lu Menger, who was at a loss, suddenly heard a melodious and light voice in her mind, which shocked her greatly. Unable to do anything, she hurriedly asked with her divine sense, "What method?" "Hold him, shake his hand, and absorb the raging true qi in his body. I am going to teach you a martial art so that you can absorb the true qi in his body. Su Meiyao said. Qin Xiang had already lost consciousness. Helpless, she could only communicate with Lu Menger. Lu Menger had no time to find out who the woman she was talking to. She immediately did as Su Meiyao said. In order to alleviate Qin Xiang's pain, she took the initiative to kiss him and hardly separated his teeth, so that her soft tongue could tangled with his. Some chants began to emerge in her mind. That was the Tai Chi divine art, one that evolved from Tai Chi subduing dragon art, which the first martial art that Qin Xiang practiced. Although it was not as powerful as the Tai Chi subduing dragon art, it was still a divine art. Lu Menger followed the chants and circulated her true qi to form a suction force that crazily devoured the tyrannical true qi inside Qin Xiang's body. Lu Menger could tell from the chant that it was extraordinary. Some of it was as profound as her frost wind divine art. She was basically certain that it was definitely a divine art. As power in his body was released, Qin Xiang quickly recovered. He felt that Lu Menger was kissing him, so he took the initiative to cooperate and enjoy the happiness that came after the pain. 3 days later, the middle-aged man's power was basically absorbed by Lu Menger, but now it was her turn to feel pain all over her body, because the middle-aged man's fire soul had entered her body, which meant she was about to fuse another fire soul. Ah! Lu Menger shouted, with her face full of pain. Qin Xiang sighed slightly and hugged Lu Menger in his arms. He could only use the same method Lu Menger used to alleviate her pain. Just like that, the pair of lovebirds tangled together again, painful but happy. It was not a small matter that Lu Menger fused with another fire soul. She already had a purple fire soul, and now she was going to merge with another purple fire soul, so no one knew the result. During the process of the fusion, Lu Menger's body began to emit purple flames. If Qin Xiang didn't have the heaven and earth flame soul, he would not have been able to endure it anymore. What made him unable to hold was that the white dress of Lu Menger that was attached by his blood was burnt. The two were both naked and embraced tightly, while kissing each other like being stick together. This sort of physical contact was unprecedented for the two of them, especially when the malevolent part of Qin Xiang's body touched Lu Menger's sacred and mysterious place that the two of them felt as if they were electrocuted. No, not yet. Lu Menger hurriedly used her divine sense to send a message to Qin Xiang with a pleading tone. At this moment, she was both shy and anxious. This kind of predicament almost made her lose her ability to think, especially as a hard, hot and big thing pressed on her lower body. Qin Xiang lightly replied. He and Lu Menger had not claimed their relation yet. Normally, they would just be insinuating each other, but if they were to take another step forward, it wouldn't work. This taboo couldn't be broken no matter what. Although Qin Xiang promised not to cross the red line, his bad hand slowly touched Lu Menger's waist as he rubbed the jade-like snow peaks. This time, he didn't touch them outside her clothes. The wonderful feeling almost made him lose consciousness from excitement. Furthermore, he could not stop. He used both his hands to stroke her snow-white, beautiful breast greedily. Lu Menger was extremely shy. However, she did not stop him as she recalled that Qin Xiang had suffered so much before. Instead, she hugged his muscular waist, kissing him while allowing him to play with her proud snow rabbits avariciously. Of course, this made Qin Xiang's evil fire even more intense, making him feel even worse. He really wanted to do everything he could to vent, but right now Lu Menger was fusing her fire soul. If there was any accident on her, he would never forgive himself, so he had to endure it. Such endurance made him feel more painful than he did when he devoured the man's power. It was more suffering. What made Qin Xiang feel gratified was that he could unscrupulously stroke the pair of her long-loved rabbits. Sometimes he would rub them vigorously, and at other times he would lightly squeeze the pink lotus seeds and made Lu Menger to occasionally let out a soft moan. 3 days later, Lu Menger successfully merged the fire soul. The first thing she did was quickly put on her clothes. Recalling how Chun Xiang's evil hands had touched her entire body during these 3 days, her face was burning hot. Her V, A, G, I, N were also repeatedly lifted up by Qin Xiang, causing her to show Mbara. S meant repet. 1. Tively and her lower body wet, which made Qin Xiang smiled evilly. Hurry up and put on your clothes. Lu Menger shouted in a charming voice. Her face flushed with an intoxicating shade of red. Chapter 492 Hand of Slaughter of God. Chapter 492 Hand of Slaughter of G. Oh! D. After Chun Xiang put on his clothes, he smiled mischievously as he looked at Lu Menger's beautiful face, while glancing at her slender body, causing Lu Menger to shy and blame him inwardly. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Menger interrupted him. Don't mention what just happened. When she thought about the two of them hugging each other naked, while her jade rabbits and entire body were being toyed with by Qin Xiang for a long time, Lu Menger's face immediately flushed, especially when she thought about how Mbara said she was when Qin Xiang saw her posture, who she was being provoked. Seeing Qin Xiang's naughty smile, Lu Menger said with a snort, "You're not allowed to think about it any more. You little rascal, you're so bad." Thinking about Qin Xiang's 2 big hands moving around her beautiful body, Lu Menger stomped her feet and spat in a low voice. "I knew that when I was with you, I would always be bullied by you." Qin Xiang laughed and said, "Sister Menger, didn't you just enjoy a lot as well?" With that word, he brought Lu Menger over. Lu Menger struggled for a moment before sighing helplessly. She lightly punched Qin Xiang, then leaning into his embrace and whispering, "Little rascal, how are you right now? Are there any problems within your body?" Qin Xiang had channeled so much power into her body, which made her very worried. She felt that she couldn't handle the power herself, let alone Qin Xiang. "It's nothing. What about you, Sister Menger? You are supposed to be much better now." Qin Xiang gently caressed Lu Menger's back as he recalled the 3 days that had said between him and Lu Menger, causing his heart to ripple. Although nothing Zul happened, it still gave him an endless aftertaste of what had happened, especially the perfect body of Lu Menger. His heartbeat would accelerate as he thought of that. Feeling Qin Xiang's heartbeat quicken, Lu Menger pursed her lips and snorted. "Thank you for letting me have such a great harvest. My fire soul has increased by a lot, so as my strength. I think I will soon start to endure the 8th Nirvana tribulation." That was a man who said the 8th Nirvana tribulation, whose strength was devoured. The dense force had entered Lu Menger's body and was refined by her. Lu Menger was also a person who had just said the 7th Nirvana tribulation, and even she couldn't believe this speed of improvement. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least 1,000 years to achieve the exact level. Qin Xiang evilly smiled. "There's no need to be courteous. My harvest is also very great, haha." Humph. Lu Menger's face flushed red as she stepped on Qin Xiang. The middle-aged man of Fire D Shrine had already turned into a mummy. Lu Menger had released a flame to burn the corpse. If the Fire D Shrine knew about this, then it would be quite troublesome for them. After what had happened before, Qin Xiang and Lu Menger became even closer. Qin Xiang knew that there would be a second time after the first occurrence, and when he thought about how he would be able to enjoy the charm of this peerless Lady Emperor in the future, he became excited inwardly. "Why aren't you getting the White Tiger divine weapon? What are you thinking about?" Lu Menger resentfully looked at Qin Xiang. Her face was flushed as she let out a light breath. She knew that she was destined to be Qin Xiang's person in this life. It tormented her a lot once she thought that she had to face Shui Xianxian and Lun Yulan. Qin Xiang walked over and released his white tiger true chi. With a palm strike, he shattered the crystal box and dripped some blood on the white tiger gloves. A golden white light exploded and entered Qin Xiang's arms before disappearing. "Haha," Qin Xiang laughed aloud. As he worked his mind, that pair of white tiger gloves appeared on his hands. He could feel the power of the hand of Ji. Oh, D of slaughter. He threw a punch at the forest in the distance, not using his true chi, but there was still an extremely strong fist wind that ferociously blew out. In the blink of an eye, waves of huge trees in the forest fell down. It was so formidable even without true chi. Then what would happen if he used? If it was coupled with the azure dragon subduing Demon Slayer, his strength would be even more unimaginable. Right now he was itching to try it out. "Little rascal, do you often use that kind of martial art to devour people?" Lu Menjur asked. She knew that it would be very harmful if he did it frequently. Qin Xiang was very happy. After fusing the gloves into his flesh, he came to Lu Menjur and smiled. "Don't worry, I don't use them often now. Besides, I was very particular when I devoured them. I had no other choice at previous times." Thinking about the life-dangerous situation before, Lu Menjur hugged Qin Xiang and leaned on his chest. "You have to be careful in the future. Don't let something like this happen again. I'm already worried to death." Qin Xiang kissed Lu Menjur's cherry lips, while his evil hands attacked Lu Menjur's chest. This caused Lu Menjur to curse as she chased after Qin Xiang. The two of them were playing with each other, but in the end, they still hugged and looked at each other affectionately, just as they were about to kissing. "Cough, cough!" The white tiger suddenly appeared. Qin Xiang cursed in his heart. "D.A.M. Ned Big White Cat. It doesn't appear when it should, but it appear when it shouldn't." Being discovered that they were intimate, Lu Menjur's face flushed with embarrassment. This was the first time someone had seen her and Qin Xiang do this kind of intimate action. "Hee, you guys seem to have encountered some danger earlier, but it seems like you've already solved it all." White Tiger laughed. "Senior G, oh, Diavor, can you send me out all of the people in this place?" Qin Xiang asked. He deliberately stressed on the words G. "Oh." Diavor, obviously to mock the White Tiger. White Tiger grunted. "Kid, don't think you are invincible just because you win me. In that state, I indeed cannot use my full strength. Wait until you grow to my level. Then you can come and have a real fight with me. I didn't establish this White Tiger profound realm. After you obtained the Azure Dragon subduing Demon Slayer and the Black Tortoise armor, you should know that the four symbols divine weapons are all in profound realms. Someone intentionally placed them in these profound realms and even modified those realms. Of course I know, but I don't think you'll tell me about that person who did it." Qin Xiang said. He guessed that this person had created a path to the core of Earth in the abyss. This person is truly mysterious and ruthless. The White Tiger mysteriously smiled and looked at Lu Menjur. "You will definitely know in the future, and this person will definitely surprise you." Qin Xiang was shocked. "Do I know that person?" "No, but I can guarantee that you will be very surprised when you find out who he is." White Tiger laughed. "Humph," purposefully leaving a suspense. Qin Xiang crossed his arms in front of his chest and curled his lips. "Senior White Tiger, can you send us out? Or do we have to wait until the big whirlpool opens that we can leave?" Could it be that Lu Menjur was in a hurry to go back and stabilize her cultivation, and then prepare for her tribulation? Of course I can. Even though this profound realm wasn't established by me, I can open a path at any time. As the White Tiger spoke, it raised both its arms high up in the air. The entire White Tiger profound realm was suddenly filled with the power of S.P. A.C., and the White Tiger profound realm started to tremble slightly. Chapter 493, A Sore Secret. Chapter 493, A Sore Secret. Sensing that the White Tiger profound realm was trembling, Everyone inside immediately raised head to look in the direction of the spatial energy. They saw that a huge black whirlpool suddenly appeared in the sky, right in the middle of the profound realm. If anyone dare to interrupt me cultivation, I will make sure he stays here forever. There won't be any exception. The white tiger let out a furious roar, and at the same time, it released a threatening pressure from its body with a thick, killing intent that enveloped the entire white tiger profound realm. Those Nirvana realm pract. 1. Tioniers were promptly astonished. They knew that there was a very strong fellow concealed within the profound realm. Because they were at the profound realm, no matter how strong the people inside were, they would not be sucked into the heavenly realm. Therefore, they immediately thought that strength of the person who had spoken earlier had already far exceeded the peak of the mortal realm. Such a fellow was not someone they could challenge. Very quickly, Chen Xiang and Lu Menger saw a large group of people suddenly leaping into the sky and flying towards the spatial whirlpool. Can I come back in the future? Chen Xiang asked. After all, Bai Jinjin was still here. They had been staying together for a period of time and had developed feelings for each other. Come in if you can. I won't drive you away. White Tiger said with a smile. Lu Menger released the jade lotus frisbee, and Chen Xiang jumped onto it. The two of them bid farewell to the White Tiger and flew up. After reaching the top, Chen Xiang suddenly saw Gu Dongqin flying towards him. The current Gu Dongqin was no longer that handsome and elegant headmaster. Instead, he was like a beggar on the street. His body was dirty and his hair disheveled. His face was covered in black mud, while his tattered clothes emitted a foul stench. Junior Master, how come you are with her? Gu Dongqin immediately shouted when he saw Lu Menger's jade lotus frisbee. Little kid, how did you become like this? Chen Xiang covered his nose and asked with a frown. It is all because I was looking for you, Astard. I've searched for you for days and nights without stopping, but you are actually with this woman. Gu Dongqin was so angry that his heart was about to explode. He knew about the secret relation between Chen Xiang and Lu Menger. Thinking about how Chen Xiang was together with such a beauty during the past few days, he almost vomited blood. Gu Dongqin was worried that Chen Xiang would die in the Devil Storm. If so, how could he face Huang Jintian? That was why he had desperately searched for him. Sister Menger, let's go. Just ignore him. He stinks. Chen Xiang laughed heartily, causing Gu Dongqin to roar in anger. Lu Menger activated the jade lotus frisbee and flew into the huge black door in the sky. Then, she appeared on the surface of the sea. Brother Gu, your junior master really have a good luck with women. Now, he must have a relation with Lu Menger. You were striving to find him for those days, but he was with Lu Menger, haha. Even though Lian Yingxiao said so, he was very jealous of Chen Xiang. He was also a romantic person and had many women, but there were no women at Lu Menger's level. He felt that a strong woman like Lu Menger was much stronger than his hundreds. Gu Dongqin snorted coldly. He's my junior master after all, the disciple of that old lunatic. He definitely has some tricks. Lian Yingxiao shook his head and smiled. With a wave of his hand, he released a ball of water that washed Gu Dongqin clean. Then they flew away from the White Tiger profound realm. The martial artists who entered the realm were all futile, especially the ones who found mineral veins there. Under the might of the White Tiger, they had no choice but to leave. After all, it was not their territory. Although they found a crystal mine, it was still not theirs. Of course, Chen Xiang and Lu Menger were the ones who benefited the most. Little rascal, don't come looking for me in this period of time, Lu Menger said in a low voice as she squeezed his arm. Chen Xiang took out the treasure refining manual and smiled. This is what I promised you. Take it. Lu Menger hurriedly received it and immediately flipped open a few pages. When she saw the contents inside, her beautiful eyes flashed with all sorts of ecstasy. She didn't even know that Chen Xiang's hands had landed on her chest. Feeling her chest being attacked, Lu Menger finally reacted. She quickly patted Qin Xiang's head. "Little rascal, what if others see us? Take your hands back." Lu Menger put away the treasure refining manual. It wouldn't be too late for her to take a look at it in the future. She was also extremely curious about Qin Xiang's situation, especially when Su Meiyao secretly sent her a voice transmission. She even taught her a powerful cultivation method that benefited her greatly. Knowing that Qin Xiang had a mysterious and powerful woman with him, Lu Menger secretly felt jealous. She didn't ask Qin Xiang about Su Meiyao. She guessed that it was Qin Xiang's greatest secret. Looking at the naughty smile on Qin Xiang's handsome face, Lu Menger knew that Qin Xiang would definitely have quite a few women by his side. As for this, she could only accept it. "Tell me when you're going to transcend the tribulation. I'll do my best to help you." Qin Xiang laughed as he stroked Lu Menger's jade-like hand. Feeling that someone was approaching, Lu Menger quickly let go of Qin Xiang's hand. She saw Gu Dongqin riding on a frisbee and coming here. Even Lian Yingxiao was on it. "Follow him back to the extreme martial sect," Lu Menger said reluctantly. Although Qin Xiang was always mean to her, she really wanted to be with him. Qin Xiang jumped onto Gu Dongqin's frisbee and waved goodbye to Lu Menger. After she flew away, Qin Xiang let out a sigh and sat down. "Junior Master, how close are you with her right now?" Gu Dongqin asked in a smile. Lian Yingxiao was also curious. When men and men were together, there was no avoiding this topic. "Get away. What does this have to do with you?" Qin Xiang was also cautious about it. He knew that Lian Yingxiao and Gu Dongqin wouldn't reveal it. If they did, it would only increase a little pressure on Lu Menger, while he, Qin Xiang, would only be envied by others. "Qin Xiang, my daughters have always wanted to meet you. I am wondering—" "Forget it. I don't want to call you father-in-law." Qin Xiang spread out his hands and smiled. "Sigh, no wonder. With a woman like Lu Menger, there aren't many people that you would like to eye on." Lian Yingxiao sighed. He pursued Lu Menger for many years, only made her mad in the end, after which Lu Menger kept not speaking to him. Qin Xiang asked, "Senior Lian, is Lian Mingdong your son?" Lian Mingdong's ident. 1. Tai has always piqued Qin Xiang's curiosity. He always felt that Lian Mingdong was not simple. Moreover, he was very similar to Lian Yingxiao. "Yes, he is my son, but he hates me. Sigh, it's all my fault for not taking good care of his mother, resulting in her murder." Thus, he left the Lotus Island at a very young age. "What, Lian Mingdong is your son?" This brat came to the extreme martial sect very early on. "He is much better in every aspect than your other arrogant sons. Now that I think about it, he does look like you. However, he is not as romantic as you. It seems like he doesn't even have a woman." Gu Dongqin was thoroughly surprised. Lian Mingdong was also from the Top-End Martial Academy. As the dean of the Top-End Martial Academy, Gu Dongqin knew the disciples inside very well and had trained them well. Chapter 494, The Power of Creation, Part 1. Chapter 494, The Power of Creation, Part 1. Lian Yingxiao sighed and frowned. Mingdong had been with his mother since he was young. He lives in a humble life and his talent is outstanding. It's just that he hated me, so he decided to refute my material support and left the family. I also know that his is in the extreme martial sect. It pleases me a lot to know that he lives well there. Regarding Lian Mingdong, Lian Yingxiao flew away from the frisbee with a deep consideration. Qin Xiang felt that this matter was not simple. However, since that was someone else's family matter, he did not want to ask more of this. After returning to the extreme martial sect, Qin Xiang quickly returned to the Tai Dan King Hall to see if Wu Qianqian had returned, but he still couldn't find her. He hadn't seen the #1 beauty of the extreme martial sect for a long time. Qin Xiang only wanted to give some ingredients to Wu Qianqian to refine Dan. This would not only help Wu Qianqian improve her Dan refining skills, but he would not need to do so himself. It seems now that Lu Menger is about to undergoing her tribulation very soon. I taught her the Tai Chi divine technique, so she will definitely improve faster. Therefore, you better prepare some Huanmingdan for her. Su Meiyao said. Lu Menger taught Qin Xiang her frost, wind divine technique, allowing Bai Yuyu to benefit greatly. She didn't need to cultivate the relentless demon art to become stronger, so the two sisters was very grateful towards Lu Menger in this area. What? You taught the Tai Chi divine technique to Sister Menger? Qin Xiang cried out in alarm because he didn't know about this matter. At that time, you were delirious and your body almost exploded to death. That was why I gave her the Tai Chi divine technique, so that she could use it to rapidly absorb the undigestible power within your body. Besides, I am also thanking her for her frost wind divine technique, which relived my senior sister long-time troubles. Su Meiyao said, if possible, she wanted to make friends with a woman like Lu Menger right now. However, she would definitely have plenty of opportunities in the future. If you have the time, just teach her the icy soul devil dominance to her. Consider it my thanks. Bai Yuyu said, due to Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu's impart powerful martial arts, as well as Huang Jintian's Tai Chi dragon subduing technique and Long Xue's supreme dragon martial art, he didn't know the value of the sacred art and didn't have any knowledge of its value. However, Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu were very clear on the fact that the sacred art was not easy to come by. Anyway, she's already your woman. There's nothing for us to worry about. Su Meiyao smiled in a meaning. Everything that happened between Lu Menger and Qin Xiang was seen by Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu because they were hidden on top of the mysterious ring. Qin Xiang laughed. You guys are really bad. You peek at us to be intimate with each other. Little rascal, I did quite a bit of work for you to take advantage of her. Su Meiyao coquettishly snorted. Hee hee, it'll be great if you let me take advantage of you as well. Qin Xiang laughed in a bad smile. After that, he began to imagine. Bai Yuyu and Su Meiyao were as beautiful as Lu Menger. Beside, each of them had her own characteristics. When he thought about the three Blee beauties being carried in his arms, his breath became quicker. Don't let your imagination run wild. Bai Yuyu shouted at him in a serious tone. How could she not know about Qin Xiang was thinking of? Hurry up and try out the dragon saliva that you have condensed. It will definitely be different from before. After hearing Bai Yuyu's words, Qin Xiang recalled that he now had the heaven and earth fire soul. After using the dragon's saliva technique, it would definitely be different. Previously, it was precisely because of the heaven fire soul that he was able to condense the even more powerful golden dragon saliva. No one knew what would happen until Qin Xiang tried it out. Qin Xiang took a bath and sat on the bed. He started to circulate the dragon's saliva technique while simultaneously sensing the heaven and earth fire soul in his body. After the fire soul entered one's bones, blood, and soul, it caused one's flesh and blood to contain a type of very small flame particles. By absorbing spirit qi, these particles would strengthen. The particles in Qin Xiang's heaven fire soul were able to release life force, which allowed Qin Xiang to extract life energy from those weak particles to condense the golden dragon saliva as he coordinated it with his dragon saliva technique. The heaven fire soul came from the blazing sun. The energy released by the sun could give birth to all sorts of life forms. But what about the heaven fire soul? What is this? Qin Xiang quickly saw the tiny particles of the heaven and earth fire soul. What shocked him was that the particles contained a lot of energy that emitted white rays. These energies did not grow stronger by absorbing true qi, but strengthening on themselves. In order to see more clearly, he focused on observing. Soon, he understood why the white energy could be strengthened spontaneously. This made his breathing quicken with excitement. The white energy was magical. It could split spontaneously into two energy particles of the same SS. After that, the particles could reunite, then resplit and reunite and become stronger. Sometimes they could even split into multiple energy particles, then fuse and become stronger. This is self-creation. This is the power of creation, to create it out of thin air. Qinxiang was stunned. He immediately told Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu about his discovery. When they found out, they were also shocked. It seems that your heaven and earth fire soul contains the power of creation. Even without spirit qi, your fire soul will also gradually become stronger and create spirit qi. However, right now it has only just been formed and its creation speed is limited. If it becomes faster in the future, then you will get endless powers. Su Meiyao said, if you use this power of creation to condense dragon saliva, the elixir will definitely grow very fast. Bai Yuyu said, Qinxiang's progress made her feel extremely gratified. The power of creation might be able to make a leaf grow into a tree, or even produce spirit fruits from a few seeds, so it would not be necessary to plant a tree. Su Meiyao said, Qinxiang could not wait making a move. He immediately circulated the dragon's saliva technique to extract the power of creation. In just 2 hours, his mouth was already full of this power of creation, and he didn't feel like he was going to use it up at all. He vomited the power of creation into a bottle, making it at least half full. Now, let's see how magical it is. Qinxiang was filled with antic. 1. P-ation as he placed the half bottle of power of creation into the ring, allowing Su Meiyao and Bai Yu to try it out in the medicinal garden inside the ring. The power of creation was like clear water, devoid of aura or luster. If Qinxiang had not condensed it, Bai Yu and Su Meiyao would have thought that it was only half a bottle of clear water. Why don't you try using the green profound fruit? Su Meiyao said as she handed the half bottle of power of creation and a green profound fruit to Qinxiang. Qinxiang cut the green profound fruit into 8 pieces and dripped a drop on top of each of the pieces. After waiting for a moment, the small piece of green profound fruit flesh was instantly wrapped in a white light. The white light slowly grew larger, becoming the size of a head. When the white light disappeared, Qinxiang was astonished, while Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu were also stunned. Green profound fruit was only the size of a fist, but the green profound fruit on the table was like a huge watermelon glowing with green light. It could be told from the rich spirit qi that this green profound fruit was in an extremely high quality. This is just a drop. Just a single drop was enough to turn a small piece of green profound fruit into a complete fruit, and it was even as big as a watermelon. Chapter 495, The Power of Creation, Part 2. Chapter 495, The Power of Creation, Part 2. Qinxiang was ever happy. Bai Yuyu and Su Meiyao were also extremely excited inside the ring. I don't need to plant that kind of dame trees anymore in the future. I can just use this thing to make a lot of the fruits. Qinxiang laughed loudly as he hurriedly gave the watermelon-sized green, profound fruit to Long Shuai, causing her to laugh out loud in excitement. Qinxiang dripped another drop, quickly turning a small piece of fruit into a watermelon-sized green, profound fruit. This time, he placed the green, profound fruit into his ring, for Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu to appraise its quality. I wonder if there is such an effect on the Ling Dan. Once Qinxiang thought of this, he immediately went to do it. He cut open a genuine Dan and dripped a drop of the power of creation into it. However, he waited for a long time without any reaction. I don't think so. Your Dan doesn't have life force, but the green profound fruit has that, which is why it can be created. Su Meiyao said, the quality of that green profound fruit is very good. It's equivalent to 10 green profound fruits. Qinxiang asked Su Meiyao to take out a little bit of soul-retrieving herb, that only in the size of a fingernail. He dripped a drop of power of creation onto it. Not long later, the small piece of soul-retrieving herb was surrounded by white lights, and after the white lights disappeared, the small piece of GRA. S was only slightly larger. This is indeed an upper rank earth level elixir. It grows up too slow. Chen Xiang was a little disappointed, but that was within reason. Following that, has dropped all the small bottle of power of creation onto the small herb. It didn't take long for the fingernail-sized herb to grow to as big as a finger. Another half of the bottle should be able to transform it into a complete and mature soul-retrieving herb. Sui Meiyao said in excitement. This was much faster than using the GRAS seeds to plant. According to the speed at which Chen Xiang condensed the power of creation, he could get one soul-retrieving herb within 4 hours. In the past, it would take a pretty long time to grow. Following that, Chen Xiang not only tried the soul-retrieving herb, but also the 9-element flowers and white jade lotus seed. This time, he tried a different method. He split the white jade lotus seed in half and then using half of a bottle of power of creation on top of it. This way, the power of creation could make white jade lotus seed to create another half of itself spontaneously. It was the same with the 9-element flowers. This way, he didn't need to spend too much time growing more trees than waiting for them to mature. Now all he needed to do was to create fruits straightly. It required an actual body to create something. It could be a small piece or a half. After a day, Chen Xiang was able to prepare 2 medicinal ingredients of life-retrieving Dan. This method was so efficient, if the Dan alchemists of the heavenly realm were to find out about it, Chen Xiang would definitely be in a great trouble. No matter how you do it, you can chop some medicinal herbs into pieces, then dilute the power of creation into water and use it to water the medicinal herbs. Very quickly, the medicinal herbs will become complete. Then you can chop them into pieces, water them again. As Su Meiyao said this, she was so excited that she took a deep breath. The power of creation was self-division, then fusion, and division and fusion again, in a cycle that circulated endlessly. It was the same principle as creating a batch of medicinal herbs. This was the power of creation within the universe. Ha ha! Chen Xiang laughed maniacally. As long as he obtained a set of precious medicinal ingredients, he would be able to duplicate them in bulk. He would definitely be able to make a lot of benefit in a world where Dan was so scarce. In just 5 days, Chen Xiang already had prepared 10 servings of life-retrieving Dan. This made him want to find Lu Menger immediately, but he knew that he couldn't interrupt her cultivation. Of course, it was not that he had nothing to do. He had plenty of things to busy himself with. He had promised Elder Dan that he would be able to refine a low-rank earth-level Dan within 3 years and compete with him. Now he began to refine a middle-rank profound level Dan. Previously, he had obtained a spring garden fruit tree and some pure essence fruits from the evil demon profound realm in the King's continent, which could be used to refine pure essence golden Dan. The pure essence golden Dan was a kind of pellet that could help people quickly increase their true chi. It was suitable for a 9th or ultimate stage genuine martial realm artist to consume. According to Chen Xiang's knowledge, the pure essence golden Dan was also rare in the market and its price was very high. 1 pill was worth 2 to 3 million crystals. However, even if one had crystals, it was hard to find and buy one. The pure essence golden Dan was not only a rare ingredient, but it was also very difficult to refine. The main ingredients included fruits and leaves of pure essence fruit trees, as well as some yearly supplementary medicines. The pure essence fruit was a very special spirit fruit. As long as it was stimulated, it would explode. Therefore, when refining, one needed to use a very mild flame. Even so, it would accidentally explode anyway. As Chen Xiang obtained the pure essence fruit tree, Su Meiyao had already plucked the leaves and fruits. She divided them into portions so that Chen Xiang could refine them faster. This kind of Dan is much better than the 5 elements true essence Dan. After all, it's a middle rank profound level Dan. In the world of Dan, 1 rank difference means a huge gap. Although only 2 main medicinal ingredients were needed, they were extremely difficult to find. Moreover, once they were stimulated, those pure essence fruits would also be destroyed. Last time a number of pure essence fruits were destroyed when you brought here a whole tree. Sumayao said, if those Dan refiners had so many pure essence fruits destroyed by Chen Xiang, their hearts would ache a lot. However, Chen Xiang did not care at all. As long as he had a few days, he would be able to make a whole bunch of them. He could even use the pure essence fruit as an explosive pill to attack others. As long as I can refine a few types of low-rank Earth-level Dan, I will be able to compete with Elder Dan. At that time I should be able to see how she looks like. I've been curious for a long time. Chen Xiang said. Of course, what he was most worried about was Elder Dan's safety in the Nirvana tribulation. He already considered Elder Dan as his good friend, so he decided to meet Elder Dan and give her some medicinal ingredients of life, retrieving Dan. Chen Xiang took out the flame dragon treasure furnace and sighed with emotion. He knew that once he obtained the heaven and earth fire soul, he would be able to refine the pills even faster, especially as he burned and refined those stubborn medicinal ingredients. Chen Xiang's Dan refining skills were not learnable to anyone, now that he was gradually getting used to using magic power to refine, which was much easier to use divine sense. For example, his magic power could easily squeeze those tyrannical spirit chi. He carefully placed the medicinal ingredients needed to refine the pure essence golden Dan into the flame dragon treasure furnace, then infilled flames into it. After that, fled bang was generated. It exploded just like that. Chen Xiang's flame was already very gentle, but before he could even take a practice, the pure essence fruit exploded and blew up all the other herbs. I told you, it seems like your refining method is not good enough. You need to react faster. In the future, there will be more medicinal herbs of this type. Sumayao said. Chen Xiang nodded his head and continued. Just now, he was already familiar with the characteristics of the pure essence fruit, so he could refine it more accurately the second time. Chapter 496, The Pure Essence, Golden Dan. Chapter 496, The Pure Essence, Golden Dan, inside the secret room. Chen Xiang's Dan furnace started trembling with a loud bang. It is the D.A.M. fifth time. Chen Xiang laid on the ground, his forehead drenched in sweat. This was the first time he had failed so many times in his practice. This pure essence golden Dan was indeed very difficult to refine. This kind of spiritual energy consumption caused his head to sink. He closed his eyes and rested for a moment, thinking about the reason for his failure. Ned, it's all because of those leaves. Why are the same leaves with different natures? Some of them are stubborn enough to burn with fire, while others are gentle enough that they would disappear by accident. Moreover, once they disappear, the Dan furnace will be in chaos and detonated the pure essence fruits. Chen Xiang's head was extremely big. There were at least a few dozen of leaves, each of which was different in size. It was equivalent to dozens of different types of spiritual medicines, either very stubborn or very fragile. Coupled with the supplementary medicinal herbs, it was equivalent to refining 60 to 70 different medicinal herbs at the same time. This made Chen Xiang extremely frustrated. These leaves are all the same in the beginning, but after being incinerated by the flames, all kinds of changes will occur. Don't look down on these leaves. They would not have been the main herbs without such variations. You have to grasp the nature of each leaf as soon as those leaves mutate. You have to remember it well in order to properly refine it. Sumayao said, these leaves were not mutating simultaneously. Some of them were faster, while others were slower. You would not grasp it if any tiny accident occurred. It seems like all of the leaves mutated in one instant, but they did not mutate in the same instant because there was a very weak time gap between them. Therefore, Chen Xiang had to remember the properties of dozens of leaves in half an instant and then quickly refine them. According to the results of the refining, he had to hastily adjust them in half an instant before attempting to refine them again. Dan refiners at the level of King of Dan can split a moment into 2 hours. Even though it is only a moment, in the eyes of the Dan Kings it is as slow as 2 hours, so they have enough time to refine it. You should know that refining methods requires a very high level of mastery of time. Sometimes you will be defeated in less than half an hour. You must know the heavenly grade Dan refined by the King of Dan can only be obtained once in 1,000 years, so they must not fail. The time was short, but if his perception was very keen and he took fast lapsing time very slowly, he didn't have to fail due to short of time. It was just like when the enemy was punching quickly. If one had strong eyesight and divine sense, he could slow down the enemy's fast fists and then dodge or block them. Chun Xiang now understood that refining a higher level Dan did not rely on multiple failures to successfully refine it. Rather, it required other aspects of improvement. After resting well, Chun Xiang continued refining the pure essence, Golden Dan. This time he had to focus on the moment when the leaves changed. He had to slow down that moment so that he would be able to know every leaf thoroughly before properly refining it. To do this, Chun Xiang's observation ability needed to be faster and more accurate. After 10 times, Chun Xiang had already made a breakthrough and was able to slow down his cultivation. However, he still used up a lot of his spirit energy. Now he knew why he needed to refine higher level Dan to increase his strength. Even though he was a cultivator of the divine path and had a powerful divine sense, he still couldn't handle it. This time, I must cross that threshold. Chun Xiang rested for an entire day and put himself in a peak condition. The last time he failed, he was only failing on getting aware of the property of one leaf. He still had some pure essence fruits and leaves, enough for him to try a few more times. If he still wasn't successful, he could only wait a few more days and plant more before refining them. After a short moment, Chun Xiang let out a sigh of relief. He finally stepped past the rock that was obstructing his path to success. Right now, he could hold onto those dozens of leaves with different characteristics and begin the correct training. Difficulties were overcome bit by bit, and success was accu, mulat through continuous failures. Even though he hadn't succeeded yet, Chun Xiang felt very excited because he had stepped over a hurdle. Very soon, it was time to condense and form Dan, which was also the most difficult time in a refining process. He had to continuously refine, adjust the wrong knee, practice again, and adjust again. The exchange was extremely intense and was going on until the formation was successful. If he did not use his magic power to supplement the formation process, he would not have enough divine sense right now because he had consumed a lot in the previous refining steps. Even though using magic power could reduce the burden on his divine sense, he was still drenched in sweat and had a splitting headache. Fortunately, he had already gotten used to refining other Dan earlier. Otherwise, he would have gone crazy. Chun Xiang's forehead was full of veins. The muscles on his face started to twitch, and the flame dragon furnace trembled crazily. This was the critical moment for the core formation. After a short moment, Chun Xiang's pale face reddened. He, who was tensed up, relaxed, while Dan stopped shaking. Although he failed 20 times, it only took him a few days to successfully refine the pure essence, golden pill. It's finally done. He opened the lid of the Dan furnace and saw 4 glittering Dan inside. Those were the pure essence, Golden Dan. Even though it was only 4 pills, its effects were much better than 45 elements true essence Dan. 1 more than that recorded in the book. I feel that when I familiarize myself with it, I should be able to produce 5 in one go. Chun Xiang gave 2 pure essence Golden Dan to Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu, and reserved 1 for Long Shuai. Superior quality. When many alchemists learn to refine new pills, they will reduce the quant. 1. Tie in quality of the Dan they refine to the lowest level to guarantee success. Then improve quality and yield after familiarizing themselves with the process. Su Meiyao said. Chun Xiang, on the other hand, had already decided from the start that he wanted to refine superior quality and large amounts of Dan, which was the exact opposite of what many alchemists wanted. It seems that I need to refine more of this kind of Dan. Once my cultivation stabilizes, I can take them. Other people can also take them to improve quickly. Chun Xiang began to plan. If it was before, he might have to plant trees first, but now he only needed to chop the pure yuan leaves and fruits into minced pieces, and then use the power of creation liquid to water them. Next, he would begin to condense and create the divine liquid. This was the name he had given to such a magical item. Make it more, so I can sell it to those green hands and make a huge profit. Right now, he was the one who possessed over 1 billion crystals. However, he was still insignificant in the eyes of those headmasters. Chapter 497 A Assistance from Outside the Heaven. Chapter 497 Assistance from Outside the Heaven in order to solidify his foundation. Chun Xiang needed to stay at the early phase of spiritual martial realm for a period of time. When he felt that it was about the proper time, he could immediately level up. He gathered a large amount of power of creation liquid and Pa-S, set it to Su Meiyao, allowing her and Bai Yuyu to create a large amount of pure essence fruit and leaves in the ring. After a few days, Chun Xiang already had a large amount of medicinal ingredients to refine the pure essence golden Dan. Right now, he was continuously refining Dan, one reason of which was to help him consolidate the foundation for refining the middle-grade profound rank Dan, and the other was to obtain a large amount of pure essence golden Dan. Either he took it or sold to others. He would definitely benefit a lot from it. Straightly, Chun Xiang had already refined the pure essence golden Dan for more than 2 months, and he had even locked himself in the secret room while laid down a barrier to isolate the sound from the outside, allowing him to refine Dan in peace, because he wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to refine the pure essence golden Dan to familiarize himself with the technique of slowing down time. This was not only useful for refining pills, but also brought great benefits during battles, especially when he met those who made quick moves. 1,000 pure essence golden Dan should be enough for a very long time. Chun Xiang looked at the baskets of golden pills, his eyes stinging from the golden light. Only a prodigy like him would be able to refine the precious Dan in baskets after baskets. You do have made a great progress. It seems that you have already gotten used to and mastered higher level Dan refining techniques, especially observing those high-speed changes. Su Meiyao said. Chun Xiang's rapid progress made her gasp in amazement, but she was already used to it. Chun Xiang stretched lazily and said with a smile, "Sister Meiyao, I'm really tired right now. Why don't you help me wash up?" "No way, don't even think about it," Su Meiyao coquettishly said. He took a hot bath and flirted with Su Meiyao before lying on the soft bed and having good sleep. The next day, Chun Xiang, who was having a beautiful dream, suddenly heard someone call out to him. "Chun Xiang! Chun Xiang!" Chun Xiang immediately opened his eyes because this was Wu Qianqian's voice. Her return did make him happy. After all, she was very beautiful. Even without the N, Bli postures like that of Lu Menger or Hua Shunyue, her looking and body were pretty attractive. "Qianqian, I missed you so much." Chun Xiang grinned as he opened the door. Wu Qianqian giggled as a sweet smile appeared on her beautiful face. "You really miss me?" Chun Xiang welcomed Wu Qianqian into the living room and asked, "Qianqian, where have you been? I can't even find you." "I have gone into a closed-door training. It was Elder Dan who arranged it. However, no matter how hard I try, I will not be able to catch up with you." Sigh Wu Qianqian sighed. She was such a compet. One Tive woman. Even though Wu Qianqian said so, Chun Xiang felt that it was not easy for her. She was now a stage 9 warrior of the true martial realm. Chun Xiang wanted to know what methods Elder Dan had used to make her grow up so quickly. "Do you have any business with me? Or you really miss me?" Wu Qianqian smiled sweetly with her eyes squeezed. She was originally a prideful woman, but after Chun Xiang lectured her, she completely changed. Right now, the white dress she wore was very old, but it was very clean. Although she didn't have any gorgeous clothes, her bright and sweet smile, beautiful face, and mature charm made her seem like a carefree person. Yes, both of them. As Chen Xiang spoke, he took out a few storage pouches. These are all true essence Dan, white jade powder, foundation building Dan, bone cleansing Dan, and 5 elements true essence Dan. I don't remember how much there are. Just take and refine them. Wu Qianqian already knew that Chen Xiang was very generous. But before this, she had only given him some gradients of true essence Dan. Now he even had foundation establishment Dan and 5 elements true essence Dan, which were all low-grade, profound, rank Dan, and extremely precious. You better hurry up and learn how to refine it. Don't waste too many medicinal herbs. If Elder Dan asks about it, just say that I gave it to you. According to the previous agreement, once you have successfully refined one portion, you take one of your own and give me everything left. Chun Xiang said he had a lot of these herbs, but he was too lazy to waste time on them. This was a great opportunity, so Wu Qianqian certainly wouldn't refuse. She smiled sweetly and said, "You are so generous. How should I repay you? What about a night with me?" Chun Xiang said in a bad smile, which made Wu Qianqian blush slightly. "Aren't you afraid that your little fairy wife will be jealous?" Wu Qianqian's smile was very enchanting, and her seductive demeanor was extremely seductive. Chun Xiang's heart rippled as he watched. "Hee, I was just joking." As Chun Xiang spoke, he couldn't help but look at Wu Qianqian's chest. It was actually a lot bigger, making him feel that women were ever-changing. After Wu Qianqian put away the bags of holding, she said, "I came back this time because I wanted to go to the Demon Subduing Academy to learn some abilities, but I couldn't meet the requirements. They only recruit those who have reached the extreme realm." "The Demon Subduing Academy? What is it?" Chun Xiang asked in a query. He hadn't come out for just 2 months, but something like this suddenly popped up. "You don't know about it?" Wu Qianqian said in surprise, "Both of your fairy wife and white-haired sister are inside it. How could you not know about it?" Out of his expectation, both Shuexianxian and Lung Yulan went to that so-called Demon Subduing Academy. Chun Xiang was even more puzzled. However, he was happy that Shuexianxian and Lung Yulan both stepped into the extreme realm. Wu Qianqian had said earlier that only the extreme realm martial artists could enter. "Tell me about it. I've been here too long." Chun Xiang hurriedly asked, "You better ask the headmaster. He might be able to speak in more details. I am leaving first. The next time we meet, I'll definitely be able to bring back a lot of Dan for you." Wu Qianqian smiled at Chun Xiang before turning around to leave. Chun Xiang quickly found Gu Dongchen. "Junior Master," I yelled till my throat broke, "but you didn't even come out to see me. Now you know the consequences of not seeing me, don't you?" Gu Dongchen crossed his arms in front of his chest and said with a smile. Chun Xiang grunted as he took out a pure essence golden Dan and threw it over. "I'm making this. Hurry up and tell me. After that, I'll make a deal with you." After receiving the pure essence golden Dan, Gu Dongchen immediately recognized it. He shouted excitedly, "It's really a gift to me. This is good stuff." However, when he thought of making a deal with Chun Xiang, Gu Dongchen's heart couldn't help but hurt. He knew that Chun Xiang would definitely benefit a lot from him. The Demon Subduing Academy appears out of nowhere a month ago. Just like the Fire G, D Shrine, it was from other worlds. However, unlike the Fire G, D Shrine, the Demon Subduing Academy does not aim to monopolizing the entire mortal martial realm. As Gu Dongchen spoke, he carefully looked at the golden pellet in his hand. He was sure that this was a pure essence golden Dan, a middle-grade, profound rank Dan, which could help a man quickly obtain a large amount of true qi. It was very useful, especially for warriors at stage 8 and 9 of the true martial realm. The goal of this Demon Subduing Academy is to impart some martial arts techniques that can deal with fiendish demons to young martial artists with great potential and outstanding strength in this mortal martial realm. It also recruits young martial artists from other worlds who are all geniuses of this region. Gu Dongchen returned the pure essence gold Dan to Chun Xiang and said, I suggest you go inside to learn some martial arts techniques to deal with fiendish demons, as well as some knowledge of the fiendish demon realm. Chapter 498 Demon Subduing Academy. Chapter 498 Demon Subduing Academy to deal with demons and monsters. Qinxiang already had the demon suppression technique. He felt that there was no need to learn more of them. This demon subduing academy is not simple. I've seen the dean before. He is a very powerful guy. After this academy arrived, those men from the Fire D Shrine didn't even dare to make a sound. There seems to be a force in the heavenly realm called the Demon Suppression Shrine. Gu Dongqin's words caused Qinxiang to ponder deeply. This was because the demon suppression technique he cultivated was most likely related to the Demon Suppression Shrine. I suggest you go there if it is really related to the forces of the heavenly realm. Perhaps you can learn the latest knowledge about the demon world from the school. Don't take the demon world too simply. It will benefit you if you have a deeper understanding of them. Junior sister, and I only know about the demon world a long time ago. Bai Yuyu said quietly, thinking of that both Shui, Xian, and Lang Yulan had been there. No matter how busy Qinxiang was now, he still had to join in the fun in order to prevent them from being bullied inside. I'll see. Little hare, are you interested in my pure essence, Golden Dad? Qinxiang asked with a smile. Of course, but if you offer too high a price, you might let me not. Gu Dongqin smiled bitterly. 3 million crystals per pellet. I can sell it to you for 100 pellets. Qinxiang said firmly with his hands behind his back. Judging from his expression, there was no room for negotiation. This was 300 million crystals. Gu Dongqin had no choice but to bear with the pain in buying them in order to strengthen his sect. Qinxiang knew that the headmaster had traveled across many continents and lived for over 10,000 years. He controlled many huge crystal mines and was extremely wealthy. Thus, Qinxiang did not show mercy. Now I have 8 billion crystals. However, I can't afford a lot of earth rank elixirs. Qinxiang shook his head and sighed. The reason why he earned so many crystals was so that he would have a greater chance of winning when he comes across precious spiritual medicines. The Demon Subduing Academy was established on the King's Continent, which was the largest continent in the mortal martial world. However, the academy was moved here entirely, so of course they would choose the largest continent. So did the Fire D Shrine. As the ruler of the King's Continent, the royal family couldn't say anything about it. Last time when they did something to Qinxiang, they received a heavy punishment. Thus, they didn't dare to do anything to Qinxiang in the future. Master, are you going to Demon Subduing Academy? The voice of a child could be heard. Qinxiang immediately knew that this was Xiao Chao's voice. Of course, kid, you can't have also stepped into the extreme realm, are you? Qinxiang rubbed his small bald head as he asked in astonishment. Ever since my power awakened, my speed of improvement has been very quick. About 10 days ago, I entered the extreme realm. Right now, it's the early stage of the spiritual martial realm. Xiao Chou smiled complacently. Master, I feel that I can defeat you now. Don't worry, even if I can defeat you, I am still your disciple because you are the one who made me understand that it takes a current ATTI to increase my strength. Qinxiang slapped his little baldy and said with a smile, Little brat, you still haven't changed your arrogant habits. Now, if you fight me again, I can also beat you until you cry and pee. ISS off. No way. Xiao Chou was full of confidence now because after he had stepped into the extreme realm, he felt his strength had increased by many times. I will have a chance to convince you. Let's not talk about this for now. You also studied at the Demon Subduing Academy? Qinxiang asked. Yeah, the guys there are all very strong. Right now it's a holiday, so I come back to take a look. Xiao Chou said, but there was something hidden in his eyes. Hee, were you bullied inside? Qinxiang laughed. No, not at all. I was just pestered by Big Sister Lung, who wants to fight with me. Master, you know that she is your little sister. If I would be injured by her if I were to lightly beat her, well, I would hurt her if I took so bad, so I could only avoid her. Xiao Cho sighed. Chun Xiang laughed. That's the girl. Right. Are there any uses for what you learned in the school? Chun Xiang asked curiously. It's a little useful. It contains a lot of knowledge about fiendish demons. For example, the types of fiendish demons, as well as some weaknesses of fiendish demons, and so on. There are also some martial arts techniques that can deal with fiendish demons, but those are very difficult to learn. Is that because you are so stupid? Chun Xiang laughed. Of course not. Big Sister Lung and Mistress won't be able to learn it even if they entered 10 days earlier than me. If I was stupid, they would be even more stupid than me. Xiao Cho grunted. It could be seen that he had been thoroughly bullied by Xue Xianxian and Lung Yulan. Xue Xianxian had been following Chun Xiang around in the wild since she was very young, so she was also a mischievous master. Now that she was with a girl who only wished to stir up chaos in the world. One could imagine it. The academy is on for 5 days and then rest for another 2. I will first be quiet and peaceful. Then after 2 days I will go to the academy and ask teachers to give me some points. Xiao Cho clenched his small fists. He couldn't wait to have a match with Chun Xiang right now. Chun Xiang patted his head and said with a smile, Then you'd better enjoy yourself for the next 2 days. Xiao Cho was from the huge Strength clan. He was born to be with a big strength, while his divine power in later age would be more powerful. However, Chun Xiang was not afraid of him, even though his cultivation level did not increase. His physical body, divine sense, and flames was far beyond that before. Through the teleportation formation, Chun Xiang arrived at the King's continent. Then he used the teleportation formation on the King's continent to teleport himself to the entrance of the demon subduing academy. The academy was built in a dangerous mountain range on the King's continent. It took up a lot of space, and its buildings were very grand. A tall stone building was as big as a mountain. From afar, it looked like a castle lived in by a giant. The majestic feelings made Chun Xiang afraid in a look. This incomparably large academy was surrounded by high walls. Chun Xiang could feel the terrifying formation power from the entrance. He was certain that even someone of Huang Jintian's level wouldn't be able to force his way in. The entrance of the academy was very large. It was a huge iron gate that was open, and on both sides of the gate were several tens of armored guards with sharp blades in their hands. Chun Xiang directly walked in, but was stopped in his tracks, what caused him to feel a little suspicious since others weren't stopped. "Where's your school medallion?" a guard asked. His voice was cold and filled with a terrifying killing intent. It could be seen that these guards were no ordinary people. Furthermore, they were all decisive killing individuals. Now, Chun Xiang felt more and more that this school was not simple. From the looks of things, it was more powerful than any other faction in the mortal martial realm. "I want to enter the Demon Fighter Academy to study. I only heard the news recently." Chun Xiang explained. "Go over there. There is a special Pa-S sage at the city wall. If you can Pa-S through that Pa-S sage, you will have the right to study in the Demon Subduing Academy." One of the guards pointed in a direction. Chun Xiang retreated a few steps and saw that there were many small doors on one wall. However, there was only one that was open. Chapter 499, Bloody Saber-Teethed Tiger. Chapter 499b, L-O-D-Y Saber-Teethed Tiger without any consideration. Chun Xiang walked towards the gate of city wall. Right now, he was in a hurry to find Xue Xianxian and Lung Yulan. "Kid, are you sure you want to go in?" a guard said suddenly. "Of course, what's wrong? Could it be that the academy no longer accepts students?" Chun Xiang stopped walking. "Don't you know that the Pa-S sage is the hardest one? Those less difficult Pa-S sages have all been closed, because the Demon Subduing Academy has already recruited enough students. If anyone wants to enter later, he or she can only go through the most difficult stage. The guard sneered. Got it. Chun Xiang replied. He did not care about it at all, but strode over. You will definitely fail if you take this path. No one has been able to pass through it successfully until now. Moreover, you're alone. That sage way is originally reserved for those teams with a team consciousness to take. The guard said again. Chun Xiang scratched his head. This is the only way for me to enter the Demon Subduing Academy, right? Exactly. Then I have to take it. Stop talking nonsense and watch your door carefully. Chun Xiang curled his lips and leaped towards the small door under the city wall. Chun Xiang did not feel anything inside except for a wave of cool breeze. He was not afraid of it at all right now. Instead, he was looking forward to it because he wanted to test the might of the White Tiger divine weapon, the hand of God of Slaughter. The harder the challenge was, the more possible for him to test the might of the White Tiger divine weapon. After walking in, Chun Xiang immediately became vigilant. He quickly reached the end without encountering any dangers, which caused him to doubt. Previously, the guard had said that this place was like the but now it was so calm. Could it be behind this door? Chun Xiang touched the thick stone door and slowly pushed it open. Plussing open the stone door, Chun Xiang saw a dazzling white light before him. He walked out of the stone door and arrived at a circular arena surrounded by high walls. This made him feel like he was in a coliseum. However, this coliseum was very large and was several hundred meters wide. It was enveloped by a very powerful formation. Dang, dang, dang. A bell suddenly rang out, and someone cried out in alarm. Someone is coming. Someone is walking through the death sage again. Chun Xiang frowned as he looked around, but he did not see anything. He could only see that there were many people on the high walls. They were all good-looking, and their faces were all filled with expressions of amuse, and T as they chatted with their companions. The Colosseum was used to please people. Sometimes it was a fight between beasts, and sometimes it was a battle between humans and beasts. Generally, it was a battle between divine sense. That formation is so powerful. It's very difficult to get in from the top or from the bottom. Long Shui said. Chun Xiang stood in the middle of the Colosseum. He looked at the people standing on the high walls, searching for his familiar face. However, he didn't see any of them. Is that Chun Xiang? I've seen him fighting in a martial art contest on the King's Continent. He's really amazing. A man suddenly shouted, Chun Xiang! This name was extremely well known in the mortal martial realm, especially among the younger generation. This was because Chun Xiang was a peak existence among the younger generation. Regardless of whether it was in terms of alchemy or strength, it was extremely difficult to not know him. It's really Chun Xiang. I did not expect that he would come to the Demon Subduing Academy. This guy must have been in closed-door cultivation. He's really working hard in a closed-door cultivation all day. No wonder he's so strong. Is this the strongest young man in the mortal martial realm? I'd like to see how good he is. A young man dressed in luxurious clothing said, Hee, you are from another world. You have never seen his martial arts with your own eyes, so you can't feel his power. At this moment, everyone was discussing the famous Chun Xiang, especially when they found out that Chun Xiang had turned the Fire D Shrine's most powerful young man into a meat patty 2 or 3 months ago. They couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He's facing a profound beast whose strength is almost in the second rank of profound beast. The previous team of 8 were defeated quickly. Can he pass us alone? A man said, That's hard to say. That profound beast is indeed very strong. Even though it is only a first-rank profound beast, several spirit marital realm martial artists could not defeat it. However, Chun Xiang can always do some amazing things. Chun Xiang suddenly caught this part of the conversation. He knew that he was facing a dangerous situation, and it was actually a powerful, first-rank, profound beast. He looked at a huge black iron door on the stone wall. He guessed that the profound beast was hiding behind that big black iron door. The iron gate opened, and a wave of killing intent rushed out. However, Qin Xiang did not see any profound beasts. He only saw a white-bearded old man slowly walking out. "Are you young hero Chen?" the old man asked. The demon-subduing academy must have heard of what Qin Xiang did in the mortal martial realm. Moreover, Qin Xiang was the person they paid the most attention to. Although he had a grudge with many sects, he was forced to do so from his perspective. Of course, the most important factor was that Qin Xiang was wanted by the demon D token of the demon world, and the demon-subduing academy knew everything about the demon world. When they found out that a kid from the mortal world was wanted by such a rank, they were all incomparably shocked, because only someone angered the demon D would he or she be wanted by the demon D token. Thus, from the perspective of the demon-subduing academy, Qin Xiang must have committed an act of offending a demon God. Even the immortals of the heaven realm would find it difficult to accomplish such an act. Qin Xiang shrugged his shoulders and said, "Yes. It seems like I must defeat you to enter the demon-subduing academy, right?" The white-mustached old man laughed. "Do you think you can win against me?" "Of course not, but I can burn your white beard." The old man subconsciously stroked his white beard. He smiled and said, "You are just as the rumors say. You really are an arrogant fellow. I am not your component. The big guy behind me is." As soon as the old man's voice fell, a shocking tiger's roar suddenly rang out. It reverberated throughout the huge circular coliseum like thunder exploding beside Qin Xiang's ears. That killing intent also filled the coliseum. After the roar, a giant tiger that looked like a giant elephant came out. Its entire body was blood-red. It shewed 2 giant teeth and slowly walked out. Each step caused the ground to shake, making pung, pung, pung sounds, which was extremely terrifying. It appeared, the B-L-O-O-D-Y saber-teethed tiger. A man screamed, "The B-L-O-O-D-Y saber-teethed tiger." It was a very brutal type of demon beast that could grow up. This kind of demon beast was also the most terrifying. A demon beast that transformed into a profound beast. It could be imagined how many lives it had killed. It had been a long time since Qin Xiang lastly fought with such a giant creature. However, he had not even a tiny bit of fear at all, which caused many people to admire him. Previously, there were also some people who took this route, but after seeing the huge BL-OODY saber-teethed tiger, the majority of them left. Only a few teams dared to try and challenge it. "Are you sure you want to fight this big guy? Ain't you afraid of death?" the long-bearded old man asked with a smile. Qin Xiang smiled. "Are you sure you want to duel with me? Ain't you afraid of its death?" Such an arrogant kid. Since that's the case, I want to see just what kind of capabilities you have. The old man gently leaped into the air and stood on top of the high wall, overlooking the Colosseum. Chapter 500 The Shock of Purgatory. Chapter 500 The Shock of Purgatory. The B-L-O-O-D-Y saber-teethed tiger immediately roared again and again as it saw the old man walking away. Its huge body spewed out waves of killing intent, with which it intended to intimidate Qin Xiang. What made Qin Xiang amused was that he was even able to defeat the white tiger, which was a divine beast in tiger species, let alone a tiger that had not completely evolved. Ever since he arrived here, a pair of white boxing gloves had appeared on Qin Xiang's hands. This was very normal. Some of the martial artists had gloves on, so he didn't care about his hands that were possessed by the hand of G-O-D of slaughter. Today, I will use the white tiger divine weapon to test the effects of fighting tigers. Qin Xiang's heart was filled with excitement. He clenched his fists tightly, waiting for the right moment to make his move. The B-L-O-O-D-Y why saber-teethed tiger roared, but Qinxiang was not intimated, which made it feel that it was been underestimated. Immediately, the tiger flew into a rage and pounced towards Qinxiang with an angry roar. At the same time, a stream of black air gushed out from its B-L-O-O-D-Y mouth. Too slow! Just as the B-L-O-O-D-Y saber-teethed tiger pounced, Qinxiang dodged it in an instant. He arrived beside the gigantic tiger's body and punched towards its mountain-like abdomen. At the moment Qinxiang threw out his fist, the true qi in his body was like a surging river, spewing out from his dantian and entering his arms through all kinds of small and big meridians. It rushed into his fist and exploded with a strong impact, which was shot out through the hand of Ji, D of slaughter. The power could be said to be earth-shattering. After a quick explosion of air, it punched on the giant body of the tiger. With a loud sound, the Colosseum shook violently. The huge tiger body was sent flying by Qinxiang's punch and crashed into the tall stone wall. The strong impact created a shockwave that swept away the dust on the ground, forming a gale that blew against the stone wall, creating a majestic atmosphere. As soon as Qinxiang's feet touched the ground, he shot forward like an arrow towards the B-L-O-O-D-Y saber-teethed tiger. This time, Qinxiang's fists danced wildly, forming countless fist shadows that covered the sky. The fist shadows surged and the air cracked, creating bursts of explosive sounds as it hit the B-L-O-O-D-Y saber-teethed tiger's body. The attack caused the saber-toothed blood tiger to constantly curl up into a ball. Although it let out a painful roar, the sound was hidden by the explosion from Qinxiang's fist. This shocking scene caused everyone to be dumbfounded. They suddenly suspected that the B-L-O-O-D-Y saber-teethed blood tiger had not eaten for many days and had become so weak. It was forced to the wall and crazily beaten up without any strength to fight back. Currently, only the B-L-O-O-D-Y saber-teethed tiger itself knew how much pain it was suffering, especially the power in Qinxiang's fist that made it afraid. That power caused its soul to tremble. It could not retaliate, but undertaking the explosion like fists. The B-L-O-O-D-Y saber-teethed tiger was a tiger species, so it was most afraid of the white tiger, while the gloves in Qinxiang's hand was made from a white tiger's body. It contained the unique power of the white tiger, and after Qinxiang used his heaven and earth true qi, its strength increased even more. Not long after, the B-L-O-O-D-Y saber-teethed tiger was drenched in blood, which made its red fur become even redder. The toughness of the tiger's skin was completely covered in B-L-O-O-D-Y holes from Qinxiang's explosive fists. How boring. It is too scared to fight back. Qinxiang was very unhappy in his heart because he couldn't test out the might of the white tiger divine weapon. After fighting for a while, the B-L-O-O-D-Y saber-teethed tiger let out waves of soft howls, whereas Qinxiang suddenly retreated to the center of the Colosseum. The people who were still shocked by Qinxiang's berserk fist techniques, but now they were still unable to understand. Qinxiang could have continued on and killed the B-L-O-O-D-Y creature. However, Qinxiang didn't think this way. If he were to continue, he didn't know how long he would be fighting. He just wanted to end it as quickly as possible. What is he doing? A person screamed as he saw a pair of huge fire wings suddenly appear on Qinxiang's back. These are his true qi fire wings. I heard they can become very big. There was no need to hear anymore because everyone had seen with their own eyes how big Qinxiang's fire wings were. It stretched out to a width of several hundred feet and enveloped the Colosseum. This circular Colosseum was clearly shocked by Qinxiang's huge fire wings. Purgatory tornado. Qinxiang's body suddenly began to spin crazily. The B-L-O-O-D-Y saber-teethed tiger that had just obtained a chance to breathe was immediately swept up by the wild fire dragon. Not to mention a giant B-L-O-O-D-Y saber-teethed tiger. Even a huge mountain would be swept away by this crazy tornado. Qinxiang's wings were like a reamer. As they rotated, they released a tornado at the same time. The people on top of the high wall were all dumbstruck because the circular coliseum in front of them was filled with flames. The violent and frenzied roars made it seem extremely terrifying when it rotated, as if it was a purgatory. There were already quite a few people who slowly backed away. They were afraid of being caught in it. Although there was a formation to block it, some people couldn't help feeling fear. They knew they wouldn't feel good after being caught in it. This brat, the old man with white beard, also expressed a shock on his faces. He was pouring his energy into the formation to stabilize it. Go right now. The white-mustached old man roared. His voice awakened those people who were still dazed and fled the Colosseum with a face full of fear. At present, Chun Xiang's flame was highly formidable. It was not the pure fire of the vermilion bird, but the heaven and earth fire stimulated by the heaven and earth true qi. This kind of flame was originally very violent, but now that Chun Xiang released it, the scorching heat eroded the foundation of the formation and slowly destroyed them. It can't hold on any longer. The old man was sweating profusely. At the same time, a wildly spinning pillar of fire suddenly shot out from the Colosseum and shot straight up into the sky. An incomparably terrifying heat spread in all directions, incinerating all the things around the Colosseum into ashes. At this moment, everyone in the Demon Subduing Academy could see the huge pillar of fire suddenly erupting and feel the whole school being enveloped in a terrible heat, which made them hard to breathe. You won. Stop it. The old man with white beard shouted. He could not forcibly stop Chun Xiang because he did not want Chun Xiang to be injured. Chun Xiang hurriedly withdrew his hand. The BLOOD sword-teethed tiger that was swept up in the air also fell to the ground. Just as it was about to hit the ground, it was stopped by the old man with white beard. Why didn't you say so earlier? I have wasted so much true qi. Chun Xiang slowly descended as he giggled. The old man with white beard looked at the ruins of Colosseum and smiled bitterly. How would I know that you are so savage, not knowing how to show any mercy? Chapter 501 Challenge of a Female Overlord. Chapter 501 Challenge of a Female Overlord. The BLOOD saber-teethed tiger was indeed very strong. After receiving so many attacks from Chun Xiang, it was still able to stand up. However, because Chun Xiang had the white tiger divine weapon, the BLOOD saber-teethed tiger did not have any strength to retaliate. It was scared. Just like that, Chun Xiang followed the long-bearded old man and left the Colosseum, which had been a ruin, then came to a huge, mountain-like building. They were inside a huge hall. This is the medallion of the Demon Subduing Academy. Once you bring it with you, you can enter and leave at your will. I am Zhao Tao, the Chancellor of the Academy. I am in charge of a lot of issues here. Zhao Tao said. After Chun Xiang received the medallion, he asked, what do students mainly study in the Demon Subduing Academy? I am very curious as to why you are willing to give so much and expend so much resources to build an academy. Zhao Tao sighed. We are selfless. We have to do that to prevent so many mortal realms from being destroyed. Although these mortal realms are in different CES from the heavenly realm, they are more or less related to each other. 100,000 years ago, many of the mortal realms were occupied by demons. At that time, the heavenly realm was greatly affected. Right now, many of the mortal realms have yet to recover from the previous great war between the three realms. If we don't do that, there will be more mortal realms being destroyed. By then, the tunnels among the three realms will probably keep opened. Does the Fire D Shrine think the same way? Chun Xiang frowned and asked. No, the Fire D Shrine wants to inflict wealth on the dead, but they are too naive. They think that they alone are enough to defeat the demons. This is wishful thinking. Demons and humans are different. Demons have innate and special powers. They are much stronger in terms of physical body and vitality than humans. Chun Xiang was secretly shocked. The reason why the Fire D shrine came to the mortal martial realm was exactly as the same he guessed. Is the Fire D shrine really an evil power that specializes in stealing fire spirits? Chen Xiang asked in a deep voice. Zhao Tao was stunned for a moment. He nodded with a serious expression on his face. Yes. However, they have not left any evidence behind to prove that they have done such a thing, nor do we have any evidence to prove that they have committed such acts. Now that we're here, they won't dare to act rashly. Chen Xiang nodded his head in relief. You can stay here. There will be courses arranged every day, which will allow you to gain a deeper understanding of the demon world. Then you will learn a few martial skills that are specialized in suppressing demons. It's just extremely difficult to learn. It's already good enough if 300 out of 3,000 students could master these skills. As for learning martial arts, Chen Xiang didn't have anything to worry about. He was already proficient in many martial arts and could use his own experience to learn other martial arts. What kind of fantasy residence do you want to live? Zhao Tao asked. Chen Xiang scratched his head and embarrassed. Sedley said, my wife is here too. Can I live with her? Zhao Tao chuckled. Of course you could. If that's the case, I don't need to talk too much about the things that are important in the academy. I'll just let her tell you. The old man's gaze made Chen Xiang blush. After learning the location of Shui Xianxian's residence from Zhao Tao, Chen Xiang left the huge stone SKYSC, and quickly walked towards a small hill. Over there were the students' living quarters, all built by themselves. When Chen Xiang said by a huge circular house, he suddenly heard a string of curses coming from inside the door. BASTARD. Why did someone at the peak of the spiritual martial realm come here to join in the fun? You're so much stronger than me. Even if you win against me, you won't be proud. Miss Lung, you possess the frost wind divine technique and a powerful treasure. You are at a great advantage. At most, I won't use my weapon. A man's voice sounded again. Hearing Lung Yulan's voice, Chen Xiang immediately stopped his footsteps and walked towards the huge circular building. After entering the gate, he saw many square fighting stages that were 20 to 30 feet wide. What a powerful formation! The forces of the heavenly realm are truly powerful. Chen Xiang was secretly shocked. Even though he saw the array foundation, he could use the special energy released by the formation to determine the quality of a formation. Lung Yulan was standing on top of a martial stage with a huge white sword in her hand. Chen Xiang could tell with a glance that the sword was made of the white jade dragon bone. It was the same for the weapons of Lu Menjie and Shui Xianxian. It was an extraordinary weapon in the mortal realm. Lung Yulan had a head of beautiful white hair that was scattered all over her back, making her very eye-catching. Hence, many people were paying attention to her. Her beautiful and cold face, her fiery red armor, and her huge white sword made her appear extremely domineering. With just a glance, one was able to tell that she was a woman that was not to be trifled with, but also a woman who stimulated men's desire to conquer. At this moment, Lung Yulan was looking at the man in front of her with a cold and murderous gaze. What do you think? Do you want to compete? The rather good-looking man smiled as a crafty glint flashed in his eyes. Lung Yulan frowned and shewed an angry expression. Just as she was about to speak, Chen Xiang shouted from afar, Yulan! After the opening of the Demon Subduing Academy, Lung Yulan and Shui Xianxian had entered very early, so she was very famous there, especially her way of doing things and her valiant character, which left a deep impression on other people. In a place for students to compete martial artists, she always showed up in her ruthless fighting style. But now, this woman shewed a gentle look in her eyes as she looked into the distance. Then she flew over to the direction. Brother! Lung Yulan shouted. Her gentle and sweet voice made many people think that they had heard wrongly. Lung Yulan hadn't seen Chen Xiang for a long time. Now that Chen Xiang had arrived, She was extremely happy and hurriedly flew into Chen Xiang's embrace. "Little girl, you still want to fight so much." Chen Xiang gently stroked Leng Yulan's soft white hair. Long Shui once said that Leng Yulan had the bloodline of the white dragon and was born from the union of a human and a dragon. Thus, the power hidden in her body was very strong. Hearing the discussion of the men behind her, Leng Yulan turned her head abruptly and glared viciously at them, causing many to shut their mouths immediately. They couldn't afford to offend a tyrant like Leng Yulan. "I have something on today, so I can't compete anymore, but I will definitely wrinkle you up someday else." Leng Yulan shouted to the man on the stage, and suddenly left while holding Qin Xiang's arm. Qin Xiang laughed. "Yulan, am I delaying you?" Leng Yulan stuck out her tongue. "Of course. I know you're in a hurry to see Sister Xian Xian, so I have to bring you there immediately. To make up for it, brother, you have to fight with me. I've been waiting it for a long time." Qin Xiang sighed helplessly. Just as Lu Menjie said, every day Leng Yulan would think of defeating him. He bitterly smiled and said, "All right, when the time comes, just don't cry for being kicked by me." Chapter 5. Oh, too, the fairy has grown up. Chapter 5. Oh, too, the fairy has grown up. Leng Yulan and Xue Xianxian lived at halfway up the mountain. It was a very small mansion that Leng Yulan pointed out to Qin Xiang from far away. "Yulan, why ain't Xianxian living with you?" Qin Xiang asked. Leng Yulan was a hot-blooded woman. Without Xue Xianxian by her side, she made Qin Xiang worried that she would cause troubles. She's cultivating the kind of deadly martial arts. It's specifically for dealing with fiendish demons. That's too difficult to learn. I learned to be stuffy, so I came out to relax. When Leng Yulan mentioned that martial art, her face was full of boredom. Qin Xiang pinched her cheek and said with a smile, "Xianxian is so diligent. How can you be lazy? You still have to learn that kind of martial art. In the future, when you deal with fiendish demons, it could save you a lot of efforts." "Got it, bro." Leng Yulan held onto Qin Xiang's arm and asked with a smile, "When will you compete with me in martial arts? I can't wait. What about right now?" Qin Xiang shook his head and sighed. "No matter what, I have to see Xianxian first, right? I miss her so much. It's a rare opportunity to see you, since Sister Menjie always hide you guys. You will have countless chance in the future. You too are couples after all." Leng Yulan laughed. "Well, Yulan, what were you doing there? Fighting with others?" Qin Xiang asked curiously. "Exactly. That is the martial field of the demon subduing academy. You can freely contest with others inside, and there is a powerful defensive formation that allows you to display your skills. However, you can't take other people's lives. Otherwise it would be troublesome." Leng Yulan answered with excitement. For a belligerent person like her, that place was a paradise. Other people were relaxing during the break, but she was playing martial arts. "Brother, where do you live?" Leng Yulan giggled and said, "I will often come to find you later. There's no need to look for me. I'll just stay with you guys. You won't mind, right?" When Leng Yulan heard this, she happily cheered. "Of course not. I can't wish for anything better. Right? I remember that only by defeating that tiger could someone be able to enter the academy right now. Brother, how did you get in here?" Qin Xiang faintly smiled. "You are right. There is indeed only one path. How do you think I got in?" Leng Yulan frowned and asked in surprise, "Brother, did you defeat the tiger?" "What? You don't believe it?" Qin Xiang triumphantly said. He originally thought that this would scare off this belligerent little sister, but who knew that Leng Yulan would once again cheer up. "Of course, I believe in you. I know that you are very strong. I've been wanting to beat up that tiger for a long time, so I kept roaring and making noise until I went to sleep. However, I was stopped by Sister Xianxian. Brother, quickly tell me about the situation at that time." Qin Xiang pinched her nose and said with a smile, "That tiger is really hard to deal with. Fortunately, you were stopped by Xianxian What? You don't believe I can beat that tiger? I am very powerful. Brother, quickly tell her how you defeated that tiger. Come on. The usually cold and callous Lung Yulan was acting coquettish now, and it seems that she was good at it. Qin Xiang was curious as to how she did it. Qin Xiang was helpless and could only explain how he defeated the BLOODY saber-teethed tiger. In order to show his power in front of his younger sister, he added amazing plots to his narration. As they were bragging, they soon arrived at the small house halfway up the mountain. Sister Xian, your man is here. Lung Yulan laughed loudly, then rudely opened the door and dragged Qin Xiang inside. Once inside, Qin Xiang saw Xian holding a long white jade spear, stabbing a scarecrow with mysterious steps. As she flew and danced within the garden, her white clothes fluttered in the air like a fairy descending to the mortal world. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted together. It was obvious that she was contemplating deeply without noticing her surrounding. Seeing this, Lung Yulan leaped forward, brandished the sword in her hand, and fiercely slashed at the white jade spear held by Xian. Xian's reaction was very fast. She hurriedly dodged, then lightly kicked the blade of the sword. Stop messing around. Qin Xiang laughed. Hearing Qin Xiang's voice, Xian immediately looked over, while Qin Xiang had already arrived in front of her and tightly hugged her. Xian, I missed you so much. Qin Xiang stared at her pair of gorgeous eyes and said, Darling Xiang, I missed you too. Xian stood on her tiptoes and kissed Qin Xiang's lips as she smiled sweetly. Lung Yulan pouted and said, He said the same thing when he saw me. Even though the house was small, it was size enough for 3 people to stay there. Xian was very happy when she found out that Qin Xiang was going to stay here. It had been a long time since she and Qin Xiang lived together, so that was a rare opportunity. Xian, were you at the Frozen Wind Valley all this time? Qin Xiang was extremely curious about their cultivation experience. The fast speed at which their strength was rising was difficult to understand. He knew that he could grow fast only because of his Dan, but the 2 girls did not have the pills. Xian nodded. There is a forbidden area in the Frozen Wind Valley, which is very suitable for us who possess the ice fire vein to cultivate in. Our master had cultivated there for a very long time before, and she would sometimes join us. We're at the pinnacle now. Big brother, when are you going to compete with me in martial arts? Lung Yulan asked. She had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Well, let's do it tomorrow. Qin Xiang was filled with helplessness on his face, while Xian was laughing on the side. Xian, sleep with me tonight. Qin Xiang grinned. His proposal made Xian blush, but she still nodded her head. How can that be? Sister Xian, always sleep with me. I can't sleep alone. I want to sleep with you guys as well. Lung Yulan said with a pout. Well, Qin Xiang felt embarrassed. As said, Xian smiled charmingly and said, Then come. Anyway, we haven't seen each other for a long time, so it's fine if we sleep together and chat. At this time, Lung Yulan suddenly thought of something and said, It seems like I should avoid you guys now so that you can kiss and reminisce. Master seems to have said so. With that, she walked out of the room with a strange look on her face. Yulan is like this. As long as you have a good relations. H.I.+P with her. She will always stick to you. Normally, she's always sticking to me and Master. In the future, she might also stick to you. However, she doesn't like talking with people who are not on close to her. Xian said with a smile. Qin Xiang smiled naughtily and said, Now we definitely should kiss and reminisce. Xian let out a small sigh as she looked at Qin Xiang with deep emotions. At this time, Qin Xiang had picked her up and let her sit on his lap. I heard from Master that you've suffered quite a bit these days. Xian whispered. Her expression could not hide the pain in her heart. Her lily-white hands gently caressed Qin Xiang's handsome face that was full of impressions of wind and frost. "It's fine, I'm good right now." Qin Xiang lightly smiled and grabbed onto Xue Xianxian's jade-like hand, then lowered his head to kiss the cherry-red lips. Xue Xianxian let out a light sign. At this time, she felt a big hand from Qin Xiang reach into her clothes, caressing her two straight, snowy peaks and gently pinching the cherries on the snowy peaks. This caused her to blush and her breath to quicken. Qin Xiang was turned on as he caressed her eyes. He was unable to stop himself from doing so. Instead, he slightly increased his strength as he said, "My little fairy has grown up. She's mature enough." Chapter 5:03 The Majesty of Xianxian. Chapter 5:03 The Majesty of Xianxian. Qin Xiang stayed with Xue Xianxian for more than an hour. Her face was flushed red from Qin Xiang's actions, and her clothes were disheveled. In particular, her snow rabbits suffered the most and were pinched by Qin Xiang for a long time. "Darling Xiang, you're getting worse. No wonder Master always calls you little scoundrel." Xue Xianxian tidied up her clothes and spat in a low voice. If it wasn't for Leng Yulan outside, Qin Xiang would have already stripped this beautiful and mature fairy. He was worried that Leng Yulan would suddenly rush in just as he was doing something with Xue Xianxian. Qin Xiang only grinned evilly as he tightly hugged Xue Xian and gently stroked her hair. "My dear Xiang, tell me honestly, have you done anything bad to Master?" Xue Xianxian asked in a low voice. Her sound was clearly a little serious. Qin Xiang was shocked. This was something he had been worried about the entire time. He didn't answer because he didn't want to lie to Xue Xianxian. Every time Master mentions you, her expression is always a little strange. It's very different from how she usually is. She seems to hate you, but also very care about you. Sometimes she even blushes when she talks about you. Xue Xianxian gently pinched Qin Xiang's chest just at his nipple, causing him to let out a weird cry. Qin Xiang never thought that Lu Menjie couldn't hide her feelings for him in front of Xue Xianxian and the others. "Xianxian, I'm sorry." Qin Xiang sighed. After a cautious consideration, he decided to tell the truth to Xue Xianxian. He felt that he owed her for always hiding this matter from her, even though it was very normal for a man to have more than one wives and concubines, especially a man with high strength and an Bli status. Xue Xian snorted and pinched Qin Xiang's chest. She spoke with a dense jealousy, "I know it. I really don't understand what you did to Master to make her hook up with you." After putting forward the words, Xue Xianxian let out a long sigh. Lu Menjie was her master. If she didn't hear Qin Xiang's answer, she wouldn't have believed that her lofty and aloof female emperor master would fall in love with Qin Xiang. "I'm sorry. To be honest, she has been taking good care of me over the years and helped me a lot. It is true that I encountered some unhappy things with her, but later we just have the feelings unconsciously. It is difficult, even for me, to control the feelings." Xue Xianxian's reaction was not that intense, which made Qin Xiang alleviate. Xue Xianxian said with hidden bitterness, "Tell me honestly, how long have you been hiding this from me? I want to know how you got my master." She was Qin Xiang's wife and Lu Menjie's disciple, but no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't understand how the female emperor Lu Menjie fell in love with a weak kid. It was hard for her to believe. It started from the profound realm. At that time, she saw me entering the realm by myself. Then she followed in. That was the moment that we entered the profound realm in advance. Qin Xiang paused for a moment before continuing. "There are some things that cannot be leaked out. You have to remember that." "Got it. Just say it quickly." At this moment, Xue Xianxian seemed very curious. She only wanted to know how her master fell in love with her husband. Qin Xiang had no choice but to tell Xue Xianxian some things, like how he helped Lu Menjie obtain the vermilion bird divine weapon, how he aimed her to obtain the fire soul, and that he kissed Lu Menjie to ease her pain. Then the story that he gave Lu Menjie the gradients of life, retrieving Dan to help her successfully survive the tribulation, Finally, what happened inside the White Tiger Profound Realm that he helped Lu Menger to improve her strength greatly. Of course, Qin Xiang did not mention those intimate things in case Xue Xianxian was provoked. After knowing about these things, Xue Xianxian couldn't help but sigh in admiration. No wonder Master told me many things not long ago, which seemed to be just like her last words. I did not know that she was going to undergo a nirvana tribulation. She did not look good at that period. Xianxian, don't blame her. I was the one who pestered her. Qin Xiang was worried that Xue Xianxian would hate Lu Menger, which would be very troublesome. Xue Xianxian jumped down from his arms and said with a snort, "Other than my master, do you have any other women? You must tell everything to me. As your first wife, I need to know these things." "Well, Xianxian, so you're saying that you agree to the matter between Sister Menger and I?" Qin Xiang asked in a low voice. "Do I have another choice? One is my master, and the other is you, the rascal. Besides, you rascal must pay a lot of efforts to get my master. Do you think I am that cruel to tear you apart?" Xue Xianxian also knew that it was very difficult to pursue an outstanding woman like Lu Menger. Qin Xiang must be very capable to get her. Qin Xiang, who had been trembling with fear the entire time, finally revealed a smile. "Remember, you must keep the matter between you and Master secret. It won't be good for you or her to speak of it now." Xue Xianxian enjoined Qin Xiang. She lightly punched him, and when she saw the smile on his face, she coquettishly snorted a few times. "Quickly tell me, which women are you also hooking on behind me?" Qin Xiang scratched his head and said, "Xianxian, why did you think me that bad? A man with a little skill can't bear to get involved with other women. You even dare to touch my master. What else do you not dare to do? Be quick, say it out." Xue Xianxian expresses a stern gaze as she asked. Qin Xiang spread out his hands and bitterly smiled. "Thank God no more. Does it count if I furtively get a maid?" "A maid? What kind of maid?" Xue Xianxian was instantly filled with jealousy in her face as she angrily asked. "Don't worry. If you don't like, I will just send her away." Qin Xiang hurriedly brought Xue Xianxian into his arms to comfort her. "Quickly tell me what kind of maid she is. What kind of relations? I plus P, has she been with you? I don't believe that she's a simple maid just like you and Yulan. I don't believe that you two are siblings." Xue Xianxian strongly pinched Qin Xiang's waist. "I won't let go until you confess out." Qin Xiang smiled bitterly. "Do you know Hua Xiangyue? She begged to be my maid. Be gentle, I didn't lie to you. Sister Menger can testify to that. She even made a master-servant contract with me. The dignified headmaster of Dan Xiang Taoyuan, a famous Dan refiner in the mortal martial world, actually went to be Qin Xiang's maid. Xue Xianxian would never believe that, but after she heard about the master-servant contract, she also felt that something was off. She knew that Qin Xiang wouldn't lie to her. What the L is going on? Hua Xiangyue is even stronger than the master. How could she was willing to be your maid? Darling Xiang, could it be that you know some sort of evil technique? Xue Xianxian frowned as she thought about this. She knew that Hua Xiangyue would not simply be Qin Xiang's maid. I also asked her before, but she did not tell me. The master-servant contract is very formidable. She can't disobey my orders, and she must follow me if I die. I also know that no one would believe this kind of thing. I will bring you to see her after she survived the nirvana tribulation. I am sure that she will not dare to challenge my words." Xue Xian was even more puzzled. She looked at Qin Xiang with a strange expression. She began to suspect that there was something on him that could attract the two Desses, Lu Menger and Hua Xiangyue in Chenwu continent.